It's been 12 months since acquittal, and so much has passed us by. Such a scattering with evidence, and some blatant flat-out lies. Special new press sector, and Hank Breeden is his name. He is a dirty Boston lawyer, and his arguments are lame. He's trying to squash all of our experts, as he has no case to claim. He should have won an Oscar medal to convince the court he's sane. He can lie without a conscience and keep that smirk upon his face. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with edging made of lace. And Judge Beverly Academy is so biased for the state, is wading through 100 motions in a rush to seal my fate. So you can bring in Massachusetts, cause we all ain't got no quit. And we all know that the truth is my car is not the thing John hit.
Start again. Good morning, good morning. Good Mama's Day, post Mama's Day morning to y'all. I hope you all had a fantastic Mother's Day. Ow. My mouth hurts when I talk. That's probably a sign. Day 14, mofos, day 14. How far do you think we are through the prosecution's case right now? So this is week 3. Oh shit! They count the jury as 2 weeks. So this is what, week 4 or 5? Holy crap! And my camera is there. You go. It's in the heart. Lovely. Oh, there they go. It's all right. Tanya and I put up lights last week, and it looked like they weren't working, but alas, they are. So, I don't know if any of you guys had a look at the podcast on the weekend. We sort of went through a few questions that had been on my mind, pretty much about the strategy of the case and how it's going to play out from here now, because basically the prosecution isn't calling Proctor, it's not calling Higgins, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and the ME, Irene Scotty Bello, which in my eyes pretty much tells me that he has just bought the answers he wants to hear. And that's not justice, that's not fairness, and I can only see it playing out one of 2 ways. I can either see it being a true like battle of the experts, and the jury falls for the newcomer, or Alan Jackson somehow, because I know they're not allowed to speak about the previous trial, but he could ask questions for every one of those experts that are brought in, and say to the effect of, you're not the only person to have actually been asked to do a reconstruction for this scenario for the Commonwealth. Is that correct? Yeah, and how long between the two reconstructions has it been? And do you understand why you were called a second time? Was it that the right answer wasn't given the first time? Especially when it's like 5 major players. So, yes, I'd like to actually discuss that and how that's going to play out with someone with a legally background. So I'm going to put some feelers out whilst we're watching this. They have started court, but the first thing up, Beverly announces that she's gotten 3 motions on her way to work. So they're doing a sidebar at the moment on the 3 motions. So I hope you all had all those mums out there, whether you be step mums, real mums, fur mums, whatever you call them, whatever you are, a mother to, or who. I hope you had a lovely Mother's Day yesterday. My 2 girls are all grown up now. In fact, my eldest is just about to move into her first home, which is a bit exciting. So that's a couple of weeks away. So they came over and we had some yummy lunch. Nice platter. All right, let's bring the jury. I have seen the signs. Let's do it, shall we? And there we go. There's my banner. So we had yummy roast chicken and some shaved ham and some salami, lots of different cheeses, quince paste, salad. Oh, it was divine. And then their favourite is me making the quickest chicken and sweet corn soup out of the chicken that's left over. It's the easiest recipe, which I did and made a huge batch. So that's in the freezer. I said, I didn't make enough to share, so don't bother stopping around on your way home from work tomorrow to pick any up because there isn't any. And sent them a photo of like 10 containers. So on the weekend we did, as I said, the podcast, and the podcast we're dedicating to pretty much this this legal database that we both Steve and I have, and you actually have to upload the entire. Well, I have the entire transcript from the first trial, and every transcript up until the end of Yuri's testimony last Friday. So that's all in the database. So you get to then it's AI driven, like it's the search engine component to it is AI, but the actual information that it extracts is based on the fact and the testimony that you have put in there, and it's a specific legal one. So it is designed to analyze legal argument and understand the workings of the court system, and it's very, very handy. And you can compare witnesses from last trial to this trial. You can ask them what the well, I put in the ARCA motion with Hank Brennan and asked the database to analyze his mannerism, his tone, his to analyze the questions and the directions that those questions were leading, and what they would then think would suggest that he was looking to get an answer to, and how that would then benefit him in his case. And yeah, it was absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. So all of the reports that I actually generate from them, I'm saving and I'm downloading them as a JPEG, but it wouldn't let me put them into the description box. So I have created a thread on our Discord. I will give you the Discord link momentarily. So when you go on to our Discord, and we have a live stream channel, so all of the live streams that the Defence Rests has go directly straight onto our Discord channel, and there is a link under each of the like a thread under each of the videos that that get uploaded, that should have any analysis that we do during the video. The stream. That makes
You are unmuted.
Let me just get this. Oh, I don't think I got it there. Hang on. I'll post the link in chat. Nope, that's not Discord. Siri area.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Julius. We appreciate your patience this morning. We're trying really hard to cut back on the sidebar conferences, so we spent some time this morning, hopefully paving the way for that.
There you go.
So we do appreciate your
Discord.
I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research?
No,
or
sorry.
investigation?
I wasn't able to.
Everyone said yes.
She's out of luck.
Affirmative.
Sorry, babe.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left?
Yeah. A shit ton.
Everyone said yes. Thank you. Could we have Sergeant Bukhenik again, please?
Wow.
Mr. Jackson, you can go to the podium.
So this is day 3 of Bukhenik's cross-examination. Jackson's extractions.
Sergeant, I'll remind you, you're on the road. Thank you.
Good morning.
Mr. Bukhenik.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you, just to start off with, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that a snowplow driver had reported having seen
lucky.
a Ford Edge being moved
Lucky
into
enough
a
for him.
location in front of 34 Fairview sometime in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We learned about a plow truck driver. I don't believe his recollection was as you described, though.
Do you remember him mentioning a Ford Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that the Ford Edge had been moved? He had passed by, it wasn't there. At some point, he passed by again, and it was there, impeding his plow route.
Yes.
Okay. What is your best memory about when he said he believed the Ford Edge? Sorry, I guess a better way to put it is, when did he say he first saw the Ford Edge in place in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't remember exactly. I know it was during the middle of the night. My not adopting your narrative was the fact that he saw it being moved there.
Understood. I figured that. I clocked that as soon as I said it. He didn't see it moved. He saw it. He saw 34 Fairview without it there. Then about an hour later, it was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would about 3:30 in the morning sound right to you in terms of what he reported, in terms of the time that he saw it there?
It sounds right, but I'm not sure of the exact time. My report would reflect the accurate time.
Fair enough. Let me.
How did I know you were going to say that?
Let me ask this. Well, it's a very lengthy report. Instead of making you sit there and wait, let me just ask this. Do you remember him saying that he had first plowed the area free of the Ford Edge? In other words, first passed in front of 34 Fairview around 2:30 in the morning? Does that sound right?
I believe his dispatch time for the plowing of the roads that evening was 2 30, but again, I would have to look at my report.
That's fine. And then it was sometime subsequent there too that he saw the Ford Edge in place, maybe an hour later.
Sounds about right. Again,
Okay. Did you take any investigative steps when you learned about this snowplow driver to determine who, if anyone, might have owned a Ford Edge associated with
Nope.
34 Fairview?
Mm-mm.
I did not know.
Did your investigation ever reveal that the Albert family actually had a Ford Edge at the time?
Mm.
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second to One Meadows, if I could, and ring video evidence associated with One Meadows. You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Reed's SUV returned back to One Meadows. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You did receive a search warrant returned from the Ring Corporation in furtherance of a search warrant executed by Trooper Proctor, correct? Former Trooper Proctor.
Hello, sweetheart.
Evidence was returned by Ring. Yes.
And in addition to the actual video recordings, there was also an activity log that was returned associated with that time and that location from the Ring Corporation, correct?
There was a key log identifying each video that was provided by the time and date when the video was recorded. It's not an activity log per se for the account. It's strictly a key describing the video, telling you what time the video was recorded.
During the entirety of your investigation, was there any evidence uncovered at all that Ms. Reed had accessed the account information associated with that Ring account?
No evidence could be provided by Ring documenting that activity.
But there is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone?
Yes.
Who is the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John O'Keefe's cell phone?
I'm not 100% sure.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report, perhaps?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Hey, baby.
Can you take a look at that 3-page report and tell me if that
No,
refreshes
I'm-
your recollection?
We need to get Kitty Cam back up, don't we? Hmm? We do. We do. Yes. Hmm? You're just jealous because Clumsy was here. Hmm? Aren't you? Aren't you? That's my phone. That's the keyboard. Come on, up here. That's it. Good boy. Good boy. It's not your best angle there, Felix, I must say. No, it's definitely not. It's a good thing you're just off screen. You do have a cute little butthole, but not everyone wants to see it, okay? Bye-bye then. Oh, Tomsy. Come on. Your turn. Yep. You want some camera time? Hello. Yes. Mhm. While we wait for Mr. Bukaki. Some
May I
kitty
approach,
cat.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, having looked at this report, does that refresh your recollection as to who may have accessed that Ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it
of
says
course
that
it is.
investigators accessed the Ring application.
Thank you. I want to show you one other document, if I could.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Cheeky boy. Hey.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just handed you what purports to be the search warrant return for the Ring, from the Ring company, correct?
I got to take a look through all of it.
Oh my
course.
God.
Take your time.
This is going to be so painful. It's like pulling teeth. It really is.
Thank you, Sergeant. Have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have.
Does it indicate that in addition to several other files, there is a login session report that was produced by the Ring Corporation as well? It's highlighted on that page.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
And again, just to make sure I'm very clear about this, nothing from the Ring Corporation suggested or intimated that Ms. Reed actually accessed any of that Ring account information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony on direct examination related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions, the parallel abrasions that you described, correct?
I believe bruising is very similar to abrasion.
Okay, that's
No, it's
that's my
not.
question. Can
Okay.
we, Your Honor, can with the court's permission, can we show Exhibit 1? It's already been introduced. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw in terms of the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's arm while at the hospital, if not exactly like this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What did you mean when you said you saw bruising on his arm? What were you talking about?
I actually indicated bruising on his right hand, the back of his right hand.
Okay, that fair enough. From his wrist, when I say arm, can we agree, at least for this purpose for the purposes of this discussion, that I mean from the wrist up to the shoulder?
Mhm.
Did you see any bruising from the wrist to his shoulder?
I saw exactly what's depicted there with the abrasions and lacerations.
Okay. You know what lividity is, correct?
I do.
Okay. Describe for the jurors what lividity is.
Lividity is the pooling of blood inside the body as a deceased individual falls or is positioned naturally with gravity, blood begins to settle in the lowest portions of the body. If you're laying face down, it'd be your face. It also contours to the imprint or the force that's exerted on the body from below. If someone's deceased on TV remote control, you can see the remote control, the buttons underneath from the pressure.
So it's a bluish, purplish discoloration of the skin, not from an impact, but from the pooling of blood after the heart stops, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see an area at the upper arm that the skin looks discolored in addition to the abrasions that we see?
I'm sorry, I was looking at that one.
Sure. I'm sorry. Yes. Right up toward the upper biceps, triceps area.
I see that area, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with lividity rather than bruising?
I would not agree with that, no.
You believe that that's a bruise?
I believe that that's a laceration.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the discoloration of the skin, the reddish purplish hue of the skin, separate and apart from the abrasion, from the abrasions or lacerations to the skin. The discoloration. Do you see that discoloration or no?
I do not know.
You do not?
I do not know.
Okay, we can take that down. As you sit here today, you're not suggesting that you saw bruising from the wrist to the shoulder on John O'Keefe's arm?
Nothing that stood out to me.
Okay.
I observed lacerations and abrasions.
All right, thank you. I want to shift gears one more time and ask you about your trip to Dighton and the seizure of the SUV. You testified that you seized the SUV somewhere, I think your testimony on direct examination was somewhere around 4:15, 4:17, something like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does
Good morning,
4:12
sweetheart.
sound like it
Good
could
morning.
be a reasonable time that SUV was actually seized in Massachusetts State Police custody?
It could be reasonable. I'd have to refer to the
No, of course you have to refer to something.
video evidence that, and then also the exact time that
Mhm.
we advised the defendant that we are going to be seizing it. I guess it could be.
Did you not
argued
revise
that
anything before you?
That's when
prepared
it
to-
was seized.
your
We
testimony?
had the intent to seize it right there.
Right. Took the key fob, went outside, had a
You're never late,
pardon
my
me, had a
darling.
tow truck
You're
driver
here
actually put it
when you
onto the
needed to
back of a
be.
flatbed. Ultimately, it was transported, correct?
when you're
Correct.
supposed to
And you
be.
became aware at some point that there was video evidence. You just referenced it. Video evidence of that, I'm going to call it seizure process. Is that right?
Yes.
And that video evidence had a timestamp on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're also aware, as the supervisor of Michael Proctor, that he swore under oath in multiple affidavits in support of search warrants that the SUV was seized at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time, because you were actually there, and you knew when the vehicle was seized, that stating under oath in an affidavit that it was 5:30 p.m. and not 4:12 p.m., that was a false statement, correct?
There's a discrepancy in time there. Yes.
Did you take any action, you yourself as a supervisor, did you take any action to correct that false or misleading state? Let me ask it a different way. Did you take any action to correct that time to the accurate time of 4:12 in any of the affidavits that you became aware of?
No.
No, the actual time of the seizure through the video, we learned much later. So the approximate time, 5:30, although inaccurate, I did not take any action to correct it. No.
And you received that video as a production from the defense. You did not have access to that video, correct?
Yes.
And so at the time that
was
Michael
he-
Proctor actually wrote and drafted these affidavits and swore to them under oath, he did not know that a video existed, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to word it differently.
Sure. At the time that let me ask it a different way. At the time that you reviewed his declarations under oath, you did not know that a video existed.
No, we did not know.
That's a one. Good boy. Lucky I keep treats under the desk, huh?
If I may
No.
have just a moment, Your Honor.
No idea. Can you see the comments?
I want to ask you about something that was brought up on direct examination. Sustained findings as it pertains to you. You've already talked about the fact that, Sergeant, you're a supervisor and we're a supervisor back in January of 2022 moving forward over Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, as a supervisor, your job is to properly and professionally supervise, show some authority over those in your charge. Is that right?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was in fact a trooper in your charge.
Yes.
And you would agree that your supervision has a direct impact on the character and quality of the subordinate investigators that you supervise.
Yes.
The whole point of having supervision and a chain of command is to establish a certain amount of, for lack of a better phrase, quality control of the subordinates.
Yes.
That would also include quality control over the subordinates' investigations.
Yes.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper
Oh, dear.
Kukowski,
It's going to
a
come in through
lieutenant
him.
named Fanning,
Oh, dear.
and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's
No,
name on that document, correct?
this one.
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DiCicco, correct?
I do.
And you
Chico.
do see the name Bukhenik, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know they're probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
Yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DeChico sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
He will not agree with anything, not even the smallest little thing.
You turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with the court's
Yes.
permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
May I have just a second?
Do you like the lights Jen help you put up?
Right, thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification.
Ah,
I'm sorry, I would ask
Hold
that
the
it be
kettle
marked, the entire
and copy.
document be marked for identification.
Yes.
you gonna need this?
It's exhibit FF for ID.
And with the court's permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
So are you admitting into evidence, page 263?
I would.
Do you
just-
have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
And can you redact it before it's admitted, please?
It's been redacted.
Exhibit 116.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant. I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document,
Not
yes.
David Yannetti, is it?
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the multi-page document FF, in response to Trooper Tachiko's photograph that he sent to the group, you responded to that photograph, did you not?
Yes, this document indicates so, yes.
And you responded by laughing at it, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, or that's what you did?
I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor then responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
That's what it says.
There's a trooper by the name of Moore, M-O-O-R-E, correct?
There is.
And he disliked Trooper Proctor's phrase, his statement, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor told you, his supervisor, in this series of text messages, that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And he also informed you, his supervisor, that he was going through her phone looking for nudes or naked pictures of her on her phone, correct?
He did not tell me that he was going through naked pictures, for naked pictures through the phone.
He wrote, no nudes so far, right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking for when he wrote, no nudes so far?
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Reed?
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on, or you don't want to comment on?
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him from potentially looking for naked pictures of my client, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, last week you testified that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself in this investigation with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
On
Do you
that?
stand by your
Really?
testimony that Michael Proctor conducted himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
He also called her retarded, correct?
That is what's written.
That's what's written? That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant. That's what's written, or that's what he wrote?
That's what he wrote.
And that's what you read.
I have no memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing retarded on a text message.
And you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and incendiary terms one could use in modern society. Retarded, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, through your response to that vile phrase, you encouraged it because you liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but so I cannot speak to
But
that.
that's what you did.
I acknowledged the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate, correct?
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant Fanning, right?
That's correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and the lead investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate, and he was the case officer.
This thread, text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question. Did you ever, during the course of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation, did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you, was Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded, correct?
I acknowledged the text message with a thumbs up emoji.
Do you believe that? Well, let me ask it another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain to receive information that your subordinate was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman, no less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
No, I did not. No.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
By myself or
No,
somebody else?
by Michael Proctor.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power to go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone using the authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members. That's the power that you've derived, correct? You work for the public. Would you agree?
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of his authority and power to use Massachusetts State Police Authority to go through her phone and look for naked pictures of her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it differently. Did you think his text was appropriate?
I don't remember reading that text.
As you
so
sit here now, do you think that text is appropriate?
no, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor? A word I expect you hold dear.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th, 2022, you completed a performance review of Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication skills, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That's part of an overall evaluation and performance review. Is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day quarterly annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor, and you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
It was true.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them,
Proclivities.
correct?
Proclivities.
The term proclivities, what
You
does that mean?
knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware, sir, that he had
Disgusting.
received evidence in a case. Evidence
It's an
that doesn't
absolute
belong to
piece of
him,
shit.
belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? The cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and
We don't
look
even
for
have- we don't have
nudes
here.
of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he too scared to argue with me every day?
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence, he is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one, October 2022. Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
Professionalism.
Yes,
You believe that he acted in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
during his 90-day performance, yes.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism, you said utmost professionalism, correct?
Yes.
Competence? Do you
Yeah.
believe he displayed competence?
Yes.
And not just in integrity, but he conducted himself, as you put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate, Michael Proctor, called Ms. Reed retarded?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right. We uphold the Constitution, and it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
This was not, Sergeant Bukhenik, a private text message conversation. This was with his boss and 4 or 5 other individuals, one of whom was your boss, correct?
Correct.
This was a communication intended for and received by members of his unit in furtherance of his investigative authority, correct?
It was amongst members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone, correct?
No, I would disagree with you on that. This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters, including going through Miss Reed's phone?
That is unfortunately shared on that group text.
So in other words, to the public, he holds one face in private conversations with you and your colleagues within the unit. He shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right, to call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper, to call her retarded? That's your justification?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you justify his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative. Move on.
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, you wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he serves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public.
You
and
got
the
a
community
duty.
that you
You got a
serve.
duty.
Is that right?
It's only a
That is
little
correct.
Do
one,
you
but you
think
got a
community
duty.
members might take offense to the use of the
Objection.
word retarded?
Sustained. It's argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't do that.
All right, I've had enough. I want to wipe my ass with you.
He didn't just put it, that derogatory comment. He didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? You talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not finished with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask the question.
Sure.
No comments first, okay?
My question is, did he just say the word? Or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
Your Honor, may we approach it just very briefly for a scheduling issue?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up.
So I was, you know how we were watching Kim on the weekend? I thought last night I would, last night or this morning? This morning. I hadn't seen Law and Lumber's Friday Night Frenzy where Runkle gets on normally with Rob and their breakdown of their Karen Reid trial and their thoughts and opinions. Well, Runkle didn't get on until I think the 5-hour mark. So he comes on and he's been out to a friend's birthday party and he's pissed as a fart. It was so funny. So I sat here taking little clips of it and like then taking pictures of Rob's face and just compiling it together and made this little skit so fun. Actually, I better send it to him to make sure I get his approval to use it, but he was fucked up on a Friday. It was so funny. He was swearing his guts out and oh look, it was a funny as. And Rob's very very straight and narrow, like, you know, and as soon as he started on, like, you know, Rob's obviously been online for 5 hours, yeah, and the only person that testified that for most of the week is Yuri. So his first question is, so have you gone through the cross-examination of Bukhenik yet? And Rob's like, at length, yes. And then he starts, wow, this and that. And he's like, yep, I know, yep. It was funny. I might actually just I should get his permission to play it, shouldn't I? Although it was live on air. Nah, it wasn't offensive. Looks like they're going to have a break now anyway. So I've called it Drunkle.
They said, hey, you have to open this via the secret method.
How the fuck are you supposed to know that?
Go. Chat. I am mildly to severely intoxicated, so.
Oh my.
Yeah, secret passage in the thing.
Yuri Bukhenik is a credible witness.
For fucking up their investigation. Like, and this is the point I've made on Twitter before. How was I supposed to know to open up the secret passage?
The ladies love some Alan Jackson. But they pay attention, they lock in. When frickin' Hank Brennan talks, just like the rest of us, what do we hear, Bibbs? We hear things such as, wah, 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 wah.
Secret passage.
probably should have given you a break before this, but I thought that was going to be. Why don't we take the morning recess?
I don't think you'll mind that, huh?
Going all right to the jury?
That's not offensive, is it? Wah, wah. I'll send him a copy. Yeah, they call it Friday night frenzy. I was going to say fucked up on Friday or drunkle. Oh dear. So that's what I was doing this afternoon, pissing myself laughing. And I didn't get half of what I wanted to put in there. Not even close. Where is it? Runkle of the belly. Runkle. There we go. To be sure. What shall I call it? Friday. They call it F and F. F and F equals fucked up Friday. No. Stephanie. Friday. And Drunkle is fucking hysterical. Oops. Made up a little skit of and if you are amenable to it, oops, amenable to it, may I have permission to channel. No thanks. Intended at all. And none will be taken if you decline. Hope the party was fun. Oops. Oh. Hope the it was fun. Oops. Right. Yeah. I feel better if I ask. I can always delete that. Oh, itchy feet. The top half, not the bottom half. So what does that mean? Bottom half is travel. Top half is what? Take that off for a bit. Yeah, no, I don't know where Dan is. I haven't heard from him. The last I heard was that message in chat on Saturday. Then I messaged Mandy yesterday. Oh. Don't know where I'd gone then. which I will talk to you on another platform. What else did I do? Saturday I sort of ran around like a bit of a dickhead. Because I wanted to just chill Sunday with the girls. I didn't want to, go, oh shit, I got to fold this washing, or shit, I got to do this for court tomorrow, or this or that. So yeah, Saturday was busy. And then I had the podcast. So yeah, Sunday was just a nice cruisy day. The girls brought over a nice roast chicken and some shaved ham, salami, lots of cheeses, bickies, some quince paste, some watermelon, raspberries. And we just sort of had like a grazing platter. And I've got this great recipe for chicken and sweet corn. Well, I call it chowder because I don't like my soups liquidy. I like it. You've got to stand a spoon up in it. It's more like a stew than a soup. But it's chicken and sweet corn soup with the leftover roast chicken. Because obviously roast chicken carcass, when you take out the stuffing, it makes the best chicken stock. So we just grilled out, had a fruit platter. Oh, yum! Cajun fried corn on the cob. So what, you just put some spices and butter on the corn, wrapped it in foil and put it on the grill, on the barbie. That sounds delicious. I love corn on the cob. So yeah, basically this soup, you just make the stock up with the leftover chicken on it. I don't take the skin off anymore. I used to, but that sort of adds a bit of the salt component to it, so I don't have to add any more. But I definitely take the stuffing out and add the whole carcass in and let that simmer. And then I strain it, and I meticulously take all the meat off the bones and put it back into the stock. And then you can either put that in the freezer, let it for however long you want. You've got your stock then, or I let it sit in the fridge overnight, and then added some more water to it today. And I've got this lady called Sonia. She comes 3 days a week now to give me a hand. So I've got 3 hours. I mean, I have to pay her. It's subsidised, but I have to pay her. And I just thought, fuck it, I can't do everything. I'll just have to suck it up. Because I'm still fighting the NDIS. So yeah, she comes for an hour Monday, an hour Wednesday, an hour Thursdays. So, and she's fantastic. She's this little Thai lady, and I love her because she's like, I love Thailand, and I go every year. I used to. So most of my favorite food is Thai. So we were talking about different recipes and stuff on how to cook things, because I've learned how to cook quite a few things. And so I was teaching her how to make this soup. I said to her, I just need you to chop up some onions and bacon and fry them in a fry pan for me. And I'll add some more water to this and bring it to the boil, and we'll go from there. So just did that. Chucked it in, and we just tipped in 3 cans of the creamed corn, stirred that through, and then you basically separate, depending on how big the batch is. I put, I think, 5 egg whites. So you bring it up to the boil, and as it's boiling, you slowly pour in the egg whites and stir at the same time. And that's how you get that nice white swish through the soup. Oh, and shallots. And that's it. Job done. So easy, so delicious. Let me see if I can bring up. I'll email myself the photo because I sent a picture to the kids. It's one of their favourites. This massive big pot of it, and I said, "Oh, didn't cook enough to share this time. Sorry." Where is it? For photos. Oh, come on. There it is. Select. What's that? Oh, that's right. I was going to take a. Oh, I'll send this as well. I got some funny shit on here. That'll do. And email. Soup. Ow. Okay. Now let's have a look and see if it's up here. Not yet. Come on. Where the fudge? You're just going to go like not even a foot. Today. No, the last one I've got is me sending it to Runkle. That gets sent. Sounded like it got sent. Yeah, got it on the phone. Ah, it's come through now. Just being impatient, obviously. Okay, so if I download all of them to Jody's crap. Oh, I don't want them in a zip folder. If I can bring that up. I don't think it does zip files. Might have to save them separately. Jody's crap, wasn't it? There. Oh, yeah, no. See, this is the shit that annoys me. This is the shit that takes up the time trying to get information. Like I can sit all day and research on my phone and take screenshots and all sorts of stuff. And I'll have to try 5 different times, or I won't be able to open it the other end, or I'll have to change the file type, or it just gives me the shits. If I was more IT savvy. So what I've been trying to do with the testimonies is put them side by side. So you've got Jennifer McCabe's testimony in trial 1, and then as well, I thought it would be able to be put in together as one video, but alas, no, nothing over 2 hours. So I'm like, I've been downloading them to my computer, uploading them to Canva, editing them on Canva, downloading them back to my computer, and then uploading them back onto YouTube as a supposedly different file. But each time I had to change resolution, just the name, the file, just, and some took 2 hours, some would only take 30 minutes of, so I had to break them all up. I'm just like, this is ridiculous. So basically, I am just going to I'm going to fight, because I've saved them all individually anyway. I'm just going to put them into the 2 play groups, like the playlists. So one is the Karen Reid 2.0, and the other one is the combined testimony. So I'll do that plus the first one and tag them in both, and I'll just do a split thumbnail with half and half, and I'll just click of a button then and I can add them together. That will do. Don't care. That will do. They're coming. I'm just downloading now. Image. Come on. One more. Yeah. All right. So this is Claudia yesterday. She sleeps in the weirdest positions. I can see your nipples. She's the weirdest cat. But that's I've got like a big faux fur blankie on my bed because I don't like the cat hair. So the blankets get changed every day. And this time of year they're gonna have muddy feet as well. So, and I can't change the doona covers, and having dirty footprints on a doona cover and being OCD would give you the shit. So I put blankets all over my beautiful linen. She looks big. She's got a big belly. But they've just turned 2, the 1st of April, her and Felix. So she's the true sister of Mr. Mr. Supilala. So this is the soup. Just a little bit. I'm Maltese. I don't do things in small batches, okay? I can't cook for one. And that was what? So I had 5 containers for the freezer and my bowl. My dinner. It's delicious. Delicious. And as I said, it's so easy. So the hardest part is just taking the bones out. But she's my little girl. You know how I had to get off stream quickly on Friday. That I don't know if I told you that there's a cat that's hanging around. It came in the house basically, and was under the spare bed. It was Claudia that was protecting the house. The rest of them were just like, yeah. She's a dipshit. So it is really, it actually tastes exactly like the one in, to buy chicken and sweet corn soup from the Chinese. It's got that white, egg white through it, and the shallots. It's the simplest, quickest. Because I used to take the meat off the bone and freeze it into like Ziploc bags and think, oh, I'll use that in something. And 2 months later, I'd find it in the back of the freezer and go, ew. So, so I have a good couple of weeks supply in that freezer now. I've got deviled sausages, chicken sweet corn soup, chicken schnitzels, Swedish meatballs, and I think lemon butter chicken, not butter chicken as in Indian, but like lemon with butter. Have you ate pot stickers? What's a pot sticker? I'm gonna have to Google it, aren't I? Pot sticker. You guys have the weirdest names. Pot sticker dumpling. Oh, my problem is cooking it. I can't stand there to do it. I don't have the dexterity anymore to chop finely with my hands, and I'm too scared I'm going to cut myself. Chinese pot sticker recipes. Ooh, it's like a wonton. Oh, dumplings. Yum. Hell yeah. My favorite. Woohoo. I could eat them all day. Oh, yes. Delicious. We have lots and lots of those places over here. You can get them steamed or fried. There we go. I'll share it with you so you can see what I'm looking at. Chicken and prawn or pork or beef or, yeah, all sorts. But yeah, have you ever had yum cha or heard of yum cha? That's my favorite. That's like a Sunday lunch. They have 2 sittings. Oops, wrong one. They have a 12 o'clock and a 1 o'clock. And okay, so it's basically a Chinese restaurant, and they have, it's almost like a buffet of entrees. So they bring around all little samples of different types of dumplings. So you can get prawn, pork, beef, combination ones, vegetable ones. Then they have your dim sims. Then they have broccoli and oyster sauce. They have calamari. They have anything you can think of. Basically spring rolls. And you just pick a little steamed basket of whatever it is that you want. Oh. My mum is the best of these. And you can buy the wonton pastry and use that instead if you need to. But yeah, all that stuff. There's actually a shop just around the corner here that actually makes them ready to go, and they're divine. You have old China buffet, and they have so much. Yeah, so these basically they bring around constantly. There's trolleys just being wheeled around, and you get your little piece of like a little piece of paper on the table, and they just tick which one you've had and keep going to the next one, and then tally it up at the end. Absolutely divine. Oh, now I'm hungry again. It's the only problem with soup. Oh, we need to organise a Temu stream. Hmm. Hmm. I'm just thinking when maybe we could do it during the lunch breaks during this week. That might give us something to do. Or I don't know what the actual scheduling or the roster is for court, whether it's a full week or they have half days or maybe do it Saturday night. But that's going to depend on when I hear back from Stephen. I know he's seen it because it's on Messenger. So I don't know. Plus, I have to wait till I get paid anyway. I think because I didn't get paid in March. You have to earn on YouTube more than $100 for the month before they pay you. So anything under that gets just accumulated for the following month. And they pay you, I think, between the 21st and the 25th of each month. So I should get a decent one, which will be nice. It's probably already spent, but that's all right. Itchy feet. And now I've started. Oh, I hear a boop. That'll be right when I go down to scratch my feet. I have to come back up again. Oh. Well, hello. You're muted.
Hello.
Now, how far art thou? We were just talking
Not
about
quite dead.
not quite dead. No?
No, my internet's been playing up all weekend.
Oh, bugger. Have you got like cabling or is it Wi-Fi?
Cable, it's the actual internet that's playing up.
Oh, the provider.
Yeah, it keeps turning itself on and off.
I hate that. Are they doing any upgrades in your
Yeah.
area or? Oh. What was that? Did you do anything for Mother's Day yesterday?
Nope.
Nope. What's the weather like over there? Is it dreary?
No, it's lovely and sunny.
It's actually been quite nice here too. So I'm just putting some cream on my feet. It's the itchy ass, just the top of them for some reason. I know the bottom means that you're supposed to travel, but the top, go on.
Mother's Day in the UK is actually in March.
Ah, okay.
before everyone thinks, oh, Meanie didn't do anything. Yeah, no.
Yeah, nah, ours was Sunday, so what is it? Every year I get older, the floor gets further away, I reckon.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Yeah. I was just telling Teresa, I started watching Ian Runkle. He gets on Friday Night Frenzy with Rob from Law and Lumber.
Mm-hmm.
Courts back. And he didn't show up until the 5-hour mark. He'd been out with a mate for his birthday, and he was plastered. So funny.
Well, that definitely could have been funny.
I took a skit of it. Are you ready? Oh, where'd it go? Well, I called it Drunkle.
They said, hey, you have to open this via the secret method.
How the fuck are you supposed to know that?
Go. Chat. I am mildly to severely intoxicated, so.
Oh my.
But yeah, secret passage in the thing.
Yuri Bukhenik is a credible witness.
For fucking up their investigation. Like, and this is the point I've made on Twitter before. How was I supposed to know to open up the secret passage?
The ladies love some Alan Jackson. But they pay attention, they lock in. When frickin' Hank Brennan talks, just like the rest of us, what do we hear, Bibbs? We hear things such as, wah, 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 wah.
Secret passage.
And I didn't even get the good bits.
Yeah, someone was just a little bit drunk.
Yeah. Secret. He won the award for most creative content creator or something like that. When he was at the Gun Expo, because he came onto our you know, when you get that that scratch that's just like, oh my god, you got to throw your leg when you do it. Yeah, sorry. He went to the Gun Expo just before we did our podcast on the ghost guns, and he was our guest for that episode because he's a gun enthusiast and knows quite a bit. So he had some pictures and stuff from the expo. And there was a point that I was going to make. What were I talking about before that?
Gun Expo? Runkle being drunk?
No, it's gone. So yeah, anyway, he came on as a guest. His humor is so dry. But he's so down to earth and he's lovely. But those faces of Rob, he was so drunk, he wasn't paying any attention to what Rob was doing. And Rob was just sitting there going. And he pretty much wound the stream up like funny as fuck. All right, we got day 3. Bukaki.
Yay!
He's being that fucking evasive. He's like, the sky is blue. Well, you know, I'd probably call that more navy. Like, he's not conceding anything. and court's back. So, un momento. Share screen. I'm back. I'll bring this up, and I'm going to put the kettle back on because you got to watch Nurse Kim too. Oh my God. She is hysterical. Unmute.
Previous relationship that he and
For that, so. All right, I think the jurors are on their way.
Where's my banner?
Rise to the jury.
Shine bar swoop. There we go. No.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, day 3, Bukaki.
Yay!
The Jackson extraction.
Ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area. At some point during the course of your investigation, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris and Julie Albert residence, is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022?
Yes,
Does that sound right?
it does.
Okay. At any point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes, as we're walking up to the door, he stated that he knows them from he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them. And he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had, Michael Proctor had, with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right, what are they? Give me the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Sustained, we need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these, of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
What information? I missed it.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge?
There were accusations that Michael Proctor.
Right.
It was Proctor's relationship to somebody.
Because have you heard that they're not calling Proctor?
Yeah.
They're not calling Higgins. They're not calling Brian Albert. They're not calling Colin. And I think they're not calling the ME either.
What's good for the prosecution side?
Well,
I mean, I presume the defense are going to call them.
I would think so, yeah. But that to me, A, sounds like it's like Brennan's buying the answers that he wants to get. And B, I can only see two ways of that playing out. Now, I know they can't, they're not allowed to talk about the first trial at all, are they? So,
I don't think so, no.
what's to stop Alan say, okay, so they've got the new, and Trooper Paul as well. So what's to say their new expert gets up on the stand, the accident reconstructionist, and Cross Alan asks the question, so you're not the only person that has done a crash reconstruction on this particular scenario, are you? You know, and is your answer different from the prior crash reconstruction expert that the prosecution hired? You know what I mean? Why could that like backfire, given that they're 5 of the major witnesses? Like potentially.
I don't know if you're allowed to ask one witness about another witness's potential testimony.
No, but you could ask them that, did any other crash reconstruction experts perform the same testing or reconstruct the same scenario? Or are you aware of any? Or
I don't think you'd get it in, because it would be hearsay.
well, if he asked for the results of it, it would be hearsay. But like, just knowing that someone else did the same exact experiment.
Yeah, but he wouldn't know that someone did the exact same experiment, would he?
You don't reckon? You don't reckon Hank would have gone, my reconstructionist's a dickhead, I need you to do one?
No.
Is there another way that they can get around that?
I don't think so.
Because that doesn't sound like justice to me. That just sounds like him buying what he wants to hear. Especially like, how's he going to get around the ME? Like, all he has to say is, you're not the original medical examiner to do the autopsy, are you?
Yeah. And then the defense can bring in the original. Remember, it's not just up to the prosecution to bring the witnesses in. The defense can too.
Yeah. But that's going to backfire big time on that. Like, if he can do that to every one of their experts, their new experts, and show that they have not brought on the original witnesses, that could really go against
Well, no, he's got to be careful doing that, because the prosecution could just go, yeah, but we're not bringing them because these guys are more qualified.
because they're going to call it the battle of the experts. And I just think it's a bought conviction, that's all. At the end of the day, he'll just go through whoever he wants until they give him the answer that he wants. How is that justice?
Because you're only talking about one side. The defense does exactly the same thing. The defense only brings up witnesses that they think are going to help them. They only bring up experts that they know are going to help them.
Yeah, but they're not like, why not call Brian Albert?
because for the prosecution's point of view, he's a nothing witness. He didn't see anything. What's he going to say from the prosecution's view? What's he going to say? He never saw anything.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you call him?
And why didn't he see anything?
That's for the defense. That's not the prosecution.
There's more to this. There's more to this Article 14, I reckon. There has to be. I actually watched the miniseries yesterday, the Karen Reid one that they've done, and it was really good. Actually, it was really good. It's they asked her why she was doing it, and she pretty much said that it's her way of testifying without getting on the stand, telling her story.
Hey, that's problematic. That was a stupid thing for her to say.
Yeah. But it wasn't anything, it wasn't biased either way either. Like, they presented it really well. But she told her story, but they also had 3 reporters and they had family friends commenting and gave it equal sides and gave you a bit more background as to what she's been going through these last 3.5 years. And yeah, I found it really interesting. Yannetti, he's not what I thought. He comes across really quiet and subdued, like, and they showed him practicing his opening statements. So yeah, completely different than what I portrayed him as in the trial. Completely. So there you go. If you get a chance, check it out. It's good. Had enough of Karen Reid?
Yep.
Had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics
Of
the allegations? Did you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations.
yes,
Were there any specifics?
there were.
You just said that what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding.
Or a prior proceeding in this case?
It was through court proceedings.
Okay. How did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2020? 2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
No. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay. What did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual. So.
Okay. You're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What'd you learn?
There was claims that
I object.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Fucking hell. They spend more time at fucking sidebar than a tourist in Thailand. Where is it? Sidebar. Oh, okay. So, see that chick at the very far right? Hang on. You'll see my cursor now. Oops. this chick here,
Uh-huh.
ex-girlfriend, like when they were teenagers, ex-girlfriend of John's. She was in the series. Obviously Peggy, and Paul's been put back because he got in trouble. Now, is he separated from his wife? Someone said.
I have no idea.
And she in this thing, Karen explained the immediately, like after she got out of hospital and going back to Meadows, and the proceedings there with his mum and the family, and how that went down, and yeah, and it showed Yuri and Proctor arresting her, and I might Google that because I haven't seen her in for ages. Yeah, but that woman is obsessed almost with John, I think.
I'm not.
Where they in further Albert was February.
May 26th. Court will not be in session.
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear. Your interview along with Michael Proctor with Chris and Julie Albert was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely.
He's made him get out every report, everything.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move to
Monday the 26th, Memorial Day. So is that a public holiday
back to
in the
Canton
USA, yeah?
PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
And to whom did you deliver these videos, and whom were they requested by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Is this a Sally Port?
No, I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order for introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the foundation first with the court's permission.
Have you shown it or discussed this with Mr. Brennan?
I've just discussed it with Mr. Brennan at the break.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark it. Yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark it for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit GG for identification.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside? Now we're the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
That would be
The
Higgins.
digital video, one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but
Okay.
I did
Do you
review
remember
it.
being of the parking lot area, at least one of them, one of the clips being of the parking lot area outside Canton PD?
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I'd have to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside Sally Port?
Welcome back.
Door, not the big roll-up door, but pedestrian.
Is Memorial Day a public holiday, Teresa, in the US? I'm assuming. Thank you for letting me know that.
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're saying, I'd have to see the video, tell you.
Absolutely nothing. You've missed a lot of, I don't recall. I'd have to see the transcript. I need to see the video. I need to see the report. Yeah. But we're on to, so Friday he went through all the Higgins messages because they're not calling Higgins. They're not calling Proctor. They're not calling Colin Albert, the ME, and Trooper Paul. So they brought in Higgins's messages with Karen through Yuri Friday. This is his third day of cross. And now they're doing the Sally Port videos. About to start that.
If I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video in the internal corridor?
No, I don't
Down
recall.
a hallway, seen someone walk up or back?
Yes.
Oh.
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside again.
Hello, Blue Baron.
Passing
Welcome.
right to
Welcome,
left.
welcome.
May not be intended.
Lovely of you to
Parking
join
lot,
us.
at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle.
I don't remember that.
You do remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember, Mr.
Whereabouts in England are you from? North, south, east, west? The lakes? Cumbria?
You're just hoping he's going to say Liverpool.
Liverpool. Wales isn't that far away from Liverpool, is it?
Unfortunately not.
It's Midlands, yeah. You need to put your avatars up in your pictures. Jan did some avatars on, I think it was Thursday. They turned out a ripper. Where are they? But she has to do them off a photo. Oh, where did I put them? Yeah, there we go. Check us bitches out. So that's Bri, bottom left. Teresa, Edith, moi, Elizabeth, Tanya, and Steve. She did well, didn't she?
Yeah.
And that is Nugaki. So she's done one for every person in trial. And I've been having to go through every thumbnail and adding it.
Proctor asking for video.
Oh, there you go.
to
Blue
January
Barons
29th.
from
He's being narrowed to
Devon.
That date.
Devon, that's more
From
south,
Candidy?
isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that
Yeah.
near the cliffs? White Cliffs?
Yeah. No, it's near Cornwall.
So, where's Lewisham? Is that south? East? Southwest.
I think so.
South. North, east, south. I think it's southeast is Lewisham. East of
Lewisham is one of the boroughs of London, isn't it?
Yeah. Sure is. Hated London. Hated it. Oh, it's a concrete jungle. Have you been to Devon?
Yep.
Dan?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is it more like
Very
a country?
picturesque.
Where does the guy that used to do the car show, what's his name? And he's taken up a hobby farm now. What's his name?
Oh, Clarkson.
Yes, he cracks me up. He reminds me of my dad, actually, Jeremy Clarkson. Where's he?
I have no idea where his farm is. I think he's somewhere in the Midlands area.
Yeah.
Somewhere
Beautiful
Gloucester
property.
that way.
Beautiful property. But yeah. He must have some dough, I tell you.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
He has been doing it a while.
Yeah. Yep. And they bought the biggest, fanciest fucking tractor. And it wouldn't fit in his shed. He's such a twat. All right. I'm going to put this on. I'm going to make myself a cuppa. It'll be 2 seconds.
So these are all from January 29, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel?
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask that what's been marked as GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors.
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
One video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now? I thought you wanted to review it.
I'll agree, and if I have a problem, no problem.
All right, so for the first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay.
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
All right, we just have to keep a record. That's why I'm
Understood.
asking all these
It's a little
questions.
complicated, I get it.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. And this is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Canton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32. Okay. With the court's permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop. Did you see a car pass in front?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did that look like to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. Sergeant, did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep? Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. May not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. All right, did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could play the second clip on this same GG. Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Stop. What do you see on the video at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where, an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison, but possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go and play it. And that's it for that. Your Honor, if we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are, and I know the answer to this, can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if you can read the...
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy. Mr. Wolk? Magic. Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay. Can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay. What about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes.
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one. Mr. Wolk, if you could, please. Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we could start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date, let's just start with that. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side. And I can't read the third word there.
Exterior.
Oh, yes, exterior. Sally Port.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
Individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of the Kenton PD?
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sally Port.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this. Okay. And for the final clip. If we could go down to the timestamp and date. A little bigger, Mr. Wolk, if you could. Can you see what that is designated as, that camera angle?
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
So we found
Is
Higgy
this
at
the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this.
because this wasn't played last trial.
Stop. Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. Appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this. I have just a moment. Could you pause this, Mr. Wolf?
Whose orifice is that? Is the cameraman's name Mr. Wolf?
Can you make note of the time as it's paused right here?
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
1:28.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay, and if we could just continue playing this video. It is playing. Stop. Now, if you could take a look at the time now.
$1:29:42.
Okay, what's that time?
1:29:42.
Yeah, and apparently there's 45 minutes missing.
And if we could go ahead and go forward.
Allegedly. Somewhere.
Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? If we could take a look at the time one more time.
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped, or the time jumped.
The time difference from what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay,
yes.
let's go ahead and continue playing this. And stop. Do you see someone in the screen now?
Yes.
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could clock the time. Can you see that?
No, it's really blurry for me.
1:34.
There we go.
Yes, now I can see it 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken, AM.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through. Okay, who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain. I would be suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but I'm not certain who that is.
As best you can determine, does he have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with white stripe around it, dark hooded sweatshirt. Does it appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins?
It does appear that way, yes.
Same door.
Is that it? Okay. One more clip that I'd ask you to look at on this same GG device.
Lollipop.
Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side Sally port, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay. And can we highlight the time, please, or increase the size?
1:34:40.
What time do you see there?
1:34:40 AM.
Okay. If we go ahead and play this through. Pause. Does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand, but
Sure.
Phone, maybe? Who's here?
I really can't tell.
Okay. There should be another video.
He made a call to Berkowitz around that
of the
time, I
rear
think,
cruiser side. Let's take a look at that.
from memory.
Pause.
Yeah, phone
What do
in
you see in
hand.
that video?
It appears to be an individual
No
wearing
idea.
a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please?
I know that he testified that he
What
didn't
time is that?
call
It
anyone
says
last.
1:34 and 53 seconds in the morning, AM.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Well,
Because this is new footage.
does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hands up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. If we could move on, please. Play that through.
Because he disposed of his SIM card and phone, there was
I believe there's
nothing
one more video.
that we could locate
And
him
Your Honor,
on
this
from
one is a little
12:20
longer. This is about 10 minutes.
to 4:40.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play this through. Please stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't know. I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolk, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds? Stop.
Yeah.
Did it appear to have something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning, a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
I didn't just do myself up a little platter of leftover Mother's Day nibblies. Mm-mm. Is he standing outside the plough? Very hard to see.
Yeah, I mean, all I see is the cars out there.
I'm not sure if he's between the plough and the car behind him, just at his bonnet. So, oh, no, I think that's the mirror. I did thank you, darling. Have the girls over and we had a lovely grazing platter with salami and ham and chicken and cheeses and dips and quince paste and some salad. It's delicious. And then I did the dishes. And I got back on the computer.
Even better.
Hey?
Even better when they do the dishes.
Well, they put it in the dishwasher and turned it on. But when they left and, you know, a couple of hours later, I went to open the dishwasher. I think there was 3 plates in there. Like, they hadn't even waited to fill the fucker up. Oh. And then I made some beautiful chicken and sweet corn soup from leftover roast chicken. I was showing Tricia before. So they'll be around over the next couple of days to get their fill.
Bribing them with good food.
Oh, it's their favourite. And I can't waste chicken carcass. I just can't.
Pause it, please. Sergeant, at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Oh,
Go ahead.
a second person there. Is it? Yeah. He must have been standing there because that's where he's gone to, that exact spot that I said. My soup? I only made a little bit. Although it's more like a stew. I don't like runny soup. You got to be able to stand a spoon up in it.
Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
No, I missed that. Oh,
Yes.
the door open.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go and play it. Okay, pause it.
Someone's
You
coming
see a
away.
person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just or she just appears to have closed the door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Okay. And walking toward which vehicle?
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen in other particulars of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, the individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
But no reason to believe that it's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle.
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's go ahead and play it.
Two cars.
And what do you see Brian Higgins or that person doing now?
They accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay.
Was there two people or was it just Higgins?
And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Because I didn't see him walk away before. Yeah, he did say something about he had to go and move vehicles or some BS. He called administrative duties. Time is now 1:43.
Can you pause it? Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep
Okay,
Wrangler,
is it just me, or is when he's doing this,
people on the far
and
left?
where's this person now and all that shit? Who else is seeing Aladdin where they're doing the glasses bit? Is it better now or now?
Oh, yeah. I hate that because I can never tell. I'm like, I'm under pressure. Can you do it again? Okay, now or now?
SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead.
Surely there's ways of clearing that video up a bit. The fuck is he doing?
Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But the lights are still on, yeah? The car lights. That's not Higgins, that's a
Did you
chick.
see that person entering screen from screen left?
Yes.
They have long hair. Or was that me? They walk different too.
What did you just see the person do?
Like that rope in their hands.
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
What does the snow broom do? Like brush it off your car type of thing? Surely he's not going to sweep all that up.
And what do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked in.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down.
I think that said 1:45.
Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you.
He didn't move any cars.
In 20, well, are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer,
No.
see him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was. So yes, I would consider it a professional relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any
No.
private
No.
get-togethers?
No.
Okay.
I don't think Yuri does that.
You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer it, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
No, he extracted
not,
it
no.
himself.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea, no.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Kenton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior. You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding to describe when the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing.
I'm objecting to this.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions on what my answers were.
And you remember seeing a video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who,
Yep.
what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that colloquy, that discussion?
I remember it taking place, yes.
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to ask you a question about that particular video. John, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
Do you know, Alan Jackson represented Kevin Spacey.
I'm going to have this phone up.
What was he on trial for? Anyone? Ideas? What was Kevin Spacey?
May I have a moment to consult with counsel?
Paul.
Jurors, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You just had your break. Oh, I suppose
He's hungry.
it's 5-1. I thought it was at 10, but I wasn't going to say it. Mm-hmm. Thank you for clarifying, though. Yeah. I really enjoyed that docuseries. It was good. Guinetti surprised me. He comes across as more, I don't know if confident or outspoken, but yeah, he was very quiet and
Do is have the voir dire right now to see what Sergeant Buchanan knew regarding that line of testimony you wanted to get into. So let's do that now, and then you can all work out the video issues.
that was a big sigh.
Yes. Okay. May I inquire briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, we were talking before the jury left, we were talking a little bit about the conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, either during or just before or just after that first interview with Chris and Julie Albert. What I'd like to ask you is, what information did you have and what did you ultimately learn about their relationship? You said there were some accusations and we never really got to the heart of it. What did you know and what did you do to investigate?
Julie Albert.
What did you learn?
What I knew as we were walking up to the door is that he had knowledge of the individuals prior to us conducting the interview. I asked him if he knew them personally. My words, do you hang out with them? Do you socialize with them? He said, no, I do not. I said, are you comfortable doing this interview? And he said, yes. And me being a complete outsider and his supervisor and realizing if there was any impropriety that I would step in and recognize it, report it, and act on that. The interview was conducted without issue and we moved on.
As a matter of fact, one of the things in Trooper Proctor's report, it said the report started with following formal introductions. Did that suggest to you that Trooper Proctor had no knowledge of who Chris or Julie Albert were from a personal standpoint?
Not at all. I believe maybe I wrote the report, or was it him?
Yes, I think it is you.
Yeah. So
May I approach one?
Yes.
Just so you have it.
thank you. Yeah, since I authored the report, I wrote following formal introductions since I've never met them before.
Okay, so that was more attended to you than to Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Okay, but the report does say we introduced ourselves, basically. Following formal introductions.
Greeted, but I had formal introductions to them. I've never met them before in my life.
You said that subsequently you learned about, your word, accusations that had been made concerning possible relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts. What was that information that you learned?
When was it? I need that.
When did you learn it? I thought you said 2023, but I could be wrong. When did you learn that?
It was I believe, during the July motion proceedings when you guys had pictures up of children.
July of what year?
I believe 2023.
Okay. And what was it that you learned in July of 2023 about the potential?
The accusations?
Yeah.
That those were Albert's or McCabe's kids in the photograph with Michael Proctor?
Okay. Did you ever learn about personal communications that Michael Proctor or his wife may have had with any of the Albert family, including Julie Albert?
Ever?
Ever.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you learned that and what you learned in that order.
Well, Michael Proctor had communicated with those individuals, Elizabeth Proctor communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained.
Okay.
So with the crazy behavior that's been, imposed on them, and the torturous harassment that they've endured, the traumatic experiences they've had to live through, they've communicated. So I've learned about that, yes. I was taking in all of that evidence,
post-trial, right?
hundreds and pieces of evidence that I've archived in order to
Go ahead. In order to,
investigate it.
okay. You're talking about Elizabeth Proctor well after the fact of the interview and the incident in 2022.
Mm.
That's what you were just describing.
It was after the harassment
Okay.
started, yes.
Which is well after
The trial.
January 29, 2022, correct?
January 20, yes, it is.
Okay. I'm asking about information related to a relationship prior to January 29, 2022. Did you ever learn about a pre-existing relationship that may have existed between the Proctor family and the Albert family before January 29, 2022, and maybe a couple of days after?
All I know is that there was a relationship explanation provided by Mr. Lally during one of the motions, and it was like 6 degrees separated by individuals residing in the community, living in the community, raising their kids in the community, working in the community, so making them community members and having relationship within that. I don't know the extent of those relationships.
Okay. Did you, during that hearing where you said there were pictures of the kids and et cetera, that July 2023 hearing, did you see a post, a Facebook post during the course of that hearing wherein the Albert family called the Proctor family their second family, or vice versa, where the Proctor family, Michael Proctor's mother, they've called the Alberts their second family? You remember that Facebook post?
I don't remember seeing that post. I just remember there were like a picture of kids that weren't Michael Proctor's kids.
Okay, but you were in court that day.
I was in court in July, I believe it was 23rd of July, for
Okay.
the motion, yeah.
Leaving aside the photographs that you've talked about, did you see the post, the Facebook post about those two families, specifically Michael Proctor's mom, saying that the Alberts were their, quote, second family?
I don't remember seeing that post.
That didn't strike you, or that was not in your brain, in your head?
I don't think I've ever seen a post like that, so I just remember seeing the post of the kids.
What
I believe
about
it was Miss Little that was holding up the poster.
what about the text messages, or what about any text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister concerning Julie Albert, very specifically concerning Julie Albert? Are you aware of those?
No.
Have you ever seen a text message between Julie Albert, between Courtney Proctor and, it's Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor, where the sister says, Julie wants to give you a gift because you're doing such a great job leading this, meaning this investigation? Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of a text message in which Michael Proctor responds, get it for my wife? Meaning, if you're going to give us a gift, get the gift for my wife.
No idea.
Okay. Are you aware of a series of text messages between and among Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor in which they talk about, between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor, in which they talk about Julie Albert? This is 10 days before the incident, 10 days before January 29th, so mid-January, where they talk about the possibility of Julie Albert babysitting for Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's kids.
I am not aware of those text
This is
messages.
the first you've heard of any of those.
Of these text messages?
The text messages
Yeah.
that I'm describing, have you ever heard of any of those?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to or investigate the circumstance of the possibility, even the remote possibility, that Michael Proctor may have had a relationship with the Alberts that you were unaware of?
No, I never investigated anything like that.
So after your initial conversation with Mr. Proctor, where he said, I know of these people, and you said, is there any issue with you going forward? And he said, no, there's no issue. You took no further steps after that to investigate that relationship. And I'm talking about the relationship that existed on or around January 29th, 2022.
I actually think he believed him.
Once Michael Proctor stated that he was comfortable conducting the interview, and I asked him if he was sure, and he said yes. We moved on.
Any further, yep. I actually believe him.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Last couple of questions. Were you in court? I know you're indicating that you've never heard about these text messages. Were you in court in February of 2024 following the federal investigation revelation, the documents that we got from the both sides got from the federal investigation, which revealed and was revealed in open court the text messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor? Hey, Judy wants to get you a gift, and Michael Proctor's response was, "Get it for Elizabeth, get it for my wife." Were you in court when those were revealed?
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed to the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that. So I was not in court in February of 2024 and describing the information that you're revealing. I was not aware of that detail.
All of these proceedings are televised. Sorry, you know that, right?
I'm not aware that it's televised, no. I know it's streams, but I'm not aware that it's televised.
Okay, streamed. However, whatever you want to call it. Streamed on the internet. You can find it.
You can, yes.
They're recorded.
Right.
Did you ever review the hearing in February 2024 talking about what's been referred to as the Fed dump and the revelations that were made pursuant to that federal investigation and the text messages attendant thereto?
I am aware of a Fed dump. I'm aware that it exists. I was not privileged to any information outside of the information that was revealed to me during the internal affairs investigation.
Right.
That was the first time I saw documents from that federal investigation.
By the way, were you privy to, Michael, there were three individuals involved in the investigation: yourself, Lieutenant Tully, and Michael Proctor. Is that right?
In what
The
investigation?
internal affairs investigation.
I'm aware that I was. I know they were as well. I don't know who else might have been involved. I don't know.
In terms of your awareness of Michael Proctor's investigation, you're aware, obviously, that he was terminated, correct?
I am aware that he's terminated, yes.
Did you ever see or were privy to any of the documents or investigative materials associated with his termination as his supervisor?
No.
So nothing was ever shared with you, the final
Other
decision?
than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay.
So he didn't know anything, which I actually believe.
All right. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay.
On that.
Yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I think it's all admissible, but I understand the court's ruling was if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it and didn't have it then you're not going to let it in. It's over our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your voir dire, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out. So you have to be back here in 35 minutes. All right. When's the jury coming back, Paul?
20 of them.
All right. Be back here at 25 up. Ready to go.
All rise to the court, please.
So who was it that they were saying he was talking to? Was Courtney, Elizabeth, I'll put formal or non-formal. Yourself. Formal or non-formal. That could indicate having prior knowledge of them and or their family. List these in chronological order. Brief. The only problem with this, you've got to be very, very specific on what you ask it, which I suppose is fair enough. Testimony provided. Michael Proctor taking specific notice of any communications and help from the following people that could indicate having prior knowledge of them and or their family. All right, let's go. Come on, show me the money. I don't know why I put Elizabeth Proctor in there because that's his wife. Of course he's going to have prior knowledge. Jody, I think you need to go on to that dipshit award. I actually do believe Yuri on that. I don't think Michael was forthcoming with his relationships with the Alberts. I don't believe Yuri watched it. He doesn't strike me as a YouTuber. I don't believe he would have watched the trial. He strikes me as the type of person that this is an inconvenience for him. Like, why are you questioning me? And I do believe there is, because there was prior, I remember there was that bit of a issue. Can't remember what the word was, but Yuri said that he actually didn't understand it. And yeah, he did so again today, and I believe him. It's just a shit sandwich in between that. That he lost me on. All right, so it's coming up now. I love this database. I even, no, I'm going to turn that noise off from Court TV. I even asked the database on Saturday during the podcast, based on the evidence presented so far, which way do you think the jury would? Oh, check the poll. I put a poll up. Which way the jury would vote based on only having what's in front of them now. And I asked them also, given the information that they have so far, and taking Karen out of the equation, who would they nominate as the most likely suspect and why? I'll take your votes. Teresa, you keep your mouth shut. But yeah, you can let me know in chat who you think would be the prime suspect if you removed Karen completely from the equation based on the evidence. What was it? The evidence and testimony and suspicious behavior, apparently.
The artist formerly known as Karen Reid.
No, I asked the database, which way do you think the jury would decide if they were asked to make a decision based on what they were given now?
Guilty.
No, actually, no. I'll show you. And then I asked it who they thought was the prime suspect if you took Karen out of the equation.
Hence why I said the artist formerly known as Karen Reid.
So who would you nominate as suspect numero uno?
Karen Reid.
No, if she was completely not in the picture at all. Never heard of her, wasn't with him.
Well, he wouldn't be dead. You're not going to get me to say it, no matter how much you try. So, you know.
No, it's just a hypothetical. Like, who would be the next suspect? All right, likely verdict. All right, so they go through each charge. Second-degree murder charge.
I'm not convinced that they've got the evidence on that one.
Prosecution's case. Alleged statements by Karen Reid. Multiple witnesses, including firefighter Timothy Nuttall, claim Karen repeatedly said, "I hit him at the scene where the body was found." Physical evidence. The prosecution points to damage on Karen Reid's vehicle, a cracked tail light, and O'Keefe's injuries as evidence of a vehicular impact. 3. The blood alcohol level suggests that Karen was intoxicated on the night in question with a BAC of 0.08 or higher. The relationship issues they were having, the text messages between her and John suggest they had argued prior to the incident, potentially establishing a motive. And witness testimony. Several witnesses claim Reid made statements indicating guilt, such as asking to Google how long it takes for someone to die in cold. Defense case. Third-party culprit theory. The defense argues O'Keefe actually went into Brian Albert's home and was fatally beaten, which I don't believe, the fatally beaten bit, and then placed outside to die, with Karen Reid being framed for the murder. 2. Inconsistent witness testimony. The defense has highlighted significant inconsistencies in key witnesses' testimony. Timothy Nuttall changed his account of how many times Karen Reid said, "I hit him between trials." Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts coordinated their testimonies and created a timeline together. Multiple witnesses have testified differently in trial 2 compared to trial 1. Investigation failure. The defence emphasises that Brian Albert's house was never searched despite a body being found on the lawn. I won't explain that. Police connections. Many witnesses have connections to law enforcement regarding potential conflict of interest. Brian Albert was a Boston police officer. Several witnesses have family ties to police departments. Evidence suggests coordination between witnesses and investigators, and timeline discrepancies. Significant questions about the movement of individuals, including Brian Higgins, which is why that Valley report, Canton PD video is very interesting. Because I couldn't find anything from 12:20 until the 1:40 when he swiped out of the TV. Right, it says here, significant questions about the movements of key individuals, including Brian Higgins and his jeep as a snowplow on the night of the incident. Analysis of the current jury's position. At this point in the trial, a jury would likely face significant reasonable doubt due to the witness credibility issues, with the inconsistencies between 1 and 2, investigation concerns, the failure to search Brian Albert's house, like finding John on his lawn, raised serious questions about the thoroughness and impartiality of the investigation. Evidence handling, questions about chain of custody and evidence collection procedures have been raised throughout the trial. Alternative explanation, the defence has presented plausible third-party culprit theory that the prosecution has not definitively disproven, and the police connection between witnesses and law enforcement could lead the jurors to question whether there was a bias investigation. So, the likely verdict at this point, given the evidence presented so far, the jury were asked to render a verdict now on the second-degree murder charge. The prosecution has not established malice beyond a reasonable doubt. Undermine this charge. Manslaughter while operating under the influence. While there is evidence of Reid's intoxication, there remains reasonable doubt about whether she actually struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle. Leaving the scene, this charge depends on proving Reid knowingly hit O'Keefe, which faces the same reasonable doubt challenges. Based on the current evidence and the requirements of proof beyond reasonable doubt, a jury would most likely return a verdict of not guilty on all charges. The first trial ended in a mistrial with a deadlocked jury, and the prosecution's case in the second trial continues to be undermined by witnesses' inconsistencies and questionable investigative practices. In conclusion, the prosecution has established that Karen Reid was present at the scene and possibly intoxicated, but has not overcome the significant reasonable doubt created by the defence regarding who actually caused the death and under what circumstances. The defence has successfully created reasonable doubt through exposing witness inconsistencies, while the prosecution has presented circumstantial evidence suggesting Reid's guilt. At this point in the trial, a jury would likely find the evidence insufficient to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. So there you go. But I think from here on in, it's going to be expert up against expert or paid correct answer. I don't like what you said, so what gets me is the ME, like, glory to Christ. the jury is going to see, why would you get a second medical examiner? Because the only thing they're contesting, because in the motion hearings before the trial, one of the issues was that Brennan wanted her, the manner of death excluded from being allowed in, and that was because it said indeterminate and not homicide. And then Elizabeth Little stood up and said, well, you know, why does he want that excluded when he's not even calling her? And yeah, they've said, oh, you're not calling her? Oh. Well then. Oh. So of course, yeah, Emily's going to say it was homicide, without doubt. And who else? Their crash reconstructionists. What are they going to say? Funnily enough. And who else will they replacing? Higgins, Albert, Colin. I wonder if they're going to call Ali then. Where's my list? My list of witnesses. So the defense can call all of those people, though, can't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. It just limits them because, now, explain it to me. Cross-examination, you can do more leading questions, but you're limited in scope as to what was discussed in direct. Is that correct?
Yeah,
unless the door's opened.
Yeah.
Yeah? So by rights, the defense could call these witnesses and Hank Brennan could go, no questions, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And then he's fucked. Yeah?
Well, not really, but...
Well, you can't force them to testify, can you?
No.
So...
There's a limit to how far you can...
And I get why they're not calling Brian Albert, because then they don't have to explain anything to do with the dog or the house being sold or the floor being replaced or his butt dials. Oh, where's my soup on the screen? Sorry.
And with some of them, it comes to the thing of, for the prosecution's point of view, there's no point in calling them. Whilst they might be good witnesses for the defense, for the prosecution, it's like, well, why would you want to call them?
But you don't think that that then makes it suspicious in the jury's mind? Like, why aren't they bringing the homeowner out? Like,
no. Because the prosecution are not saying he saw anything, so why would the prosecution bring him out?
Yeah, they're not even mentioning him, I don't think. Like, it's just...
Yeah. There's no reason for him to. That's something for the defense to bring up. It's not the prosecution's job to make the defense's case easier for them.
But if he does get up on the stand and I suppose, well, if he calls them, then he's got direct, so he can direct the scope. So nothing burger. I had it the wrong way around. Sorry. So, like, all right, if he called, say, Lucky Loughran, and he gets up onto the stand and he says, "Hi, Lucky. Name, age, where do you work? You drive a plough?" No further questions. How far can the defence then cross him?
They can ask him if he was driving the plough that night, what route he was driving, what he saw. That all becomes open.
They can.
Yeah.
Even though that wasn't discussed on direct.
Well, his career was, so you can ask questions about his career.
If he just says, "Okay, how old are you? Where were you born? Where'd you go to school?" Okay, thanks.
But then all the jury are going to be wondering is, well, why the hell did the defense call this guy?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I thought they would do with every one of those.
Well, they'll be wondering, why the prosecution called that guy. It's much better from the prosecution's side to wait and let the defense call them, and then they get to redirect. They get to have him on cross.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I think we're in for quite a few surprises, just quietly. What else did I ask it? I said, oh no, won't be up yet. Oh, the impact that Kerry Roberts' false statement had on Jen McCabe. And did it throw her under the bus? The response was, yes, Kerry Roberts' admission absolutely throws Jennifer McCabe under the bus. Her admission during the trial 2's textbook example of throwing someone under the bus in the legal context. Her testimony effectively sacrificed Jen McCabe's credibility and potentially exposed McCabe to serious legal jeopardy. The bus that hit McCabe. The impact on McCabe was severe and multifaceted. Is this true? Legal vulnerability. She now potentially faces scrutiny for possible witness tampering, making false statements to investigators, and potential conspiracy to obstruct justice. I didn't read this bit.
Yeah, no.
Pushing it. If McCabe influenced Robert to testify falsely about the hypothermia search request, jurors would naturally question, was McCabe's claim about Karen saying I hit him similarly fabricated? Were her statements about 227 Google search truthful? And was any part of her testimony reliable? And the shared timeline was a big issue. There was another thing I watched on the weekend too, about this 227 search. And it's a law tuber, a nerdy law tuber. So apparently, both Whiffen and what's her name? The lady, Jessica Hyde, both explained exactly how the tab thing worked, and she used the analogy of Jessica Hyde used the analogy of it being at a restaurant. Someone orders spaghetti bolognese on one table and something else on the other. So the opening of the tab was the order. If the second order was delivered first, it would still be under the same tab. And then the spaghetti was delivered because it was still open. Does that make sense? But neither of them mentioned, and that was true, like they agreed that that part was true, but there is a step in the middle of that they both omitted, and that was the table number. Each tab has its own individual ID number, regardless regardless whether if it's under the one tab or not. And neither of them mentioned if there was at any tab.
Because it's irrelevant. It was the same tab.
Yeah, but in that tab, the two different items will have a separate sub-tab number because they are still in the tab. Even though they're in the one tab, there will be a separate number.
No. The law tuber is talking about technical stuff to do with programming and computer systems where he's got 0 qualifications, and no. Look, the experts could not have been clearer. That search was not done at 2:27. That search was done at 6 something. The tab was opened at 2:27.
They
but the search was not done until 6 something.
But that 6 search would have a separate tab sub number that is different to the one that was searched at 2:27, even though the tab was open.
Yeah, they talked about what was done at 2:27. It was music.
No, they were searching the basketball team.
There was music and basketball that was done at that time.
Yeah, and each of those searches would have had a separate sub tab number.
Those were done at 2:27. The how long's to die thing was not done until 6 something in the morning.
Well, neither of the two experts.
Yeah, they both said that.
No, they missed that bit.
Yes,
they
literally they both talked about what was searched at 2:27, and they both talked about what was searched at 6:27.
But they lumped it into the one tab, not the sub.
Because it would be in the one tab.
Oh, excuse me.
But the defense is daft if they're going to make a whole argument about what time the search was done.
Oh, no, it wasn't anything to do with the defense or anything like that.
No, I'm just saying, if they're planning on doing that whole stupid thing they did in the last trial where they tried to argue it was done at 2:27 and all this nonsense, if they do that again, it's going to hurt them again. And it's going to hurt them more this time because the experts went into greater detail explaining why, no, it did not. And if they use the expert they used last time, they have a bigger problem. Because Green actually contacted Whiffin to go through it all, and Whiffin told him no. And this time, that wasn't brought up in the first trial, but this time it has been brought up. So all it's going to look to the jury is that the defense is expert on this, is not as qualified as Whiffin, because that's why he went to Whiffin to ask for help.
I get that, because Whiffin writes the software, yeah? But what's to say? He's full of shit.
That's why they're not going to use Green, and why they're talking about not using Green, because of the fact he contacted Whiffin for help.
But that tells me that he was being he was covering all his bases to
yes,
get
but
an answer.
if you're the leading expert, you don't go to another expert for help. You only go to that expert for help if he is capable of doing things you are not. And that tells the jury that Green is not as much of an expert as Whiffen.
It was different specialties, though, I think, because Robert Green is like an investigator, wasn't he? He analysed the extractions and stuff, whereas Whiffen is the developer of the product and the writer of the...
No, Whiffen's also been an investigator. He's got something like 20 years as an investigator under his belt. And also Whiffen has been an investigator on 2 continents.
That just showed me that he's not being biased one way or the other. He wanted all of the information to make an informed decision.
It undermines his strength as an expert to the jury. That's why why the defense is talking about not using Whiffen, not using Green, sorry, about using somebody else.
I was looking up there fucking
because Green is damaged goods.
I was looking up the
because the first thing that will happen on redirect is that the prosecutors will say, hey, didn't you email Whiffen for help? And didn't he tell you you were wrong at the time? And then they'll produce the email into evidence. So all Green will have done now gets thrown under the bus perception-wise.
Oh, the witness list. So... Oh, I hate my brain at this time of the morning.
The defense would be much better off just ignoring the search entirely. They would have been better off framing the search in a different thing of, hey, look, they found him in the snow. They was concerned about how long he'd been there.
Did Whiffen actually use the same operating system and everything?
Yes, he
The
used several operating systems. He used several phones. He went through a lot of stuff.
And did he mention the recall?
What, the rewriting of Celebrate?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Because I can't remember what he said about that. I tuned out after the first day, I think, with him. All that data shit does my head in.
It was very dry, dull testimony, but it was also very effective.
Where is it? Karen Reid. 2. Oh.
The one witness the defense absolutely has to call is Proctor.
Yeah. Do you know what? I hope he turns. I hope he flips on him. Because he is the loose cannon.
Well, really, even if he does, it doesn't matter. He's so discredited that nothing he says can be taken as...
If he ain't on Brian Albert's payroll right this moment, I think they're in trouble. Documents, where are you? Come to mama. It's not under videos, Jody. Fucking hell.
But it does seem from that idea they had during the break, during lunch.
I don't think Yuri was aware. I don't think he knew.
The defense are going the right way, though. What it did give away was some of the defense strategy. They're trying to tie everyone possible they can in the investigation to Proctor, which I think is a very good defense strategy.
You missed.
It's far better than the blame the Alberts, blame this, blame that, blame the other. It's no, tie everything to being tainted by Proctor.
even from the very beginning of Cross, they tried to, they just said, you know, you are Proctor's superior, and Proctor was the lead investigator. He would not say that he was the lead investigator. He refused.
Yep.
Point blank.
I think it's a very good strategy because Proctor is so damaged. Even if there's no conspiracy and it's just Proctor's made a mess of this investigation, Proctor is so toxic that tying everybody to him is a good defense strategy. Plus, with the fact of him being fired already, they don't have to prove that much about Proctor because it's already been proved by other people for them.
Yeah. All right. Witness list. Prosecution civilian witness list. Oh, well, they've put all the Alberts on it, but Stephen Bernstein, a keeper of records.
Yeah, he's probably on there to counter the whole argument about, oh, the records have been altered, blah, blah, blah.
Turtle Boy.
Oh, that could be interesting. Mind you, what gets me, okay, if Turtle Boy is a potential witness, why they were allowing him in court prior to him giving evidence?
They went over it. He's not allowed to listen to any there was two types of witnesses. They went over that last week. So he can come in when there's certain testimony that's not going to be associated with his, but anything that was, no, he wasn't allowed to be.
But it's going to be an interesting one. Is he going to be coming from his home, or is he going to be coming from jail to give witness testimony?
Has he got a court appearance between now and then?
Right at the moment, they are talking about revoking his bail.
Again, for the third time?
Yep.
On what he's got further charges of harassment, or?
He's an idiot and he keeps going on his socials and saying stupid shit, and it's Turtle Boy being Turtle Boy. He's a fucking moron. He will insist on trying to throw himself under the bus, never mind anyone doing it for him.
Oh, they're bringing in Gretchen Voss. Who else is there that's not? Paul Digiampietro, retired sergeant. I don't recall him from last year. Oh, they're calling in Helena Rafferty. Possibly.
I wonder how much Turtle Boy stuff they'll be able to bring into the case then, if they're calling him as a witness.
Don't know.
Will they be able to bring in the stuff between his links to the defense team, his links to her?
Did you not watch that motion? They had a big hearing on it. That's the one where Hank was there and then the defense team walked in on them. Remember?
No, I don't.
It's the best. I've got a clip. He was in there representing the Commonwealth, and Turtle Boy and his attorney were in there arguing the motion about the relationship between the two and her feeding him information. And it was done under Karen Reid's case number. So even though she didn't have the right to testify, she had the right to be there because it was under her.
Yeah.
And he never told them, like it never got passed on. And so halfway through it, they barged in, a whole lot of them, and took over. It was gold. got a video of it somewhere. And there was shit that's come out too with Kate Peters. What was that?
Oh no, that was to do with just his case. It was nothing to do with this.
Was it?
Yeah, there was a lot of Turtle Boy thing. People tried to introduce it as part of this, but it's actually to do with his case.
Or maybe I saved it under Hank. What's that? Oh, this might be it.
All the stuff with the affidavit, I take it you're talking about with Kay Peters.
A skid of it. Is it this one?
Forthwith, along with the retainer as required.
No, fuck yeah. Wonder if it's in here. Yeah, because he says to them, they all take their seat at the table. And he turns, he's at the lectern and he's like, that seat's reserved for Aidan Kearney's attorney or some shit like that. It's like, here it is. I have to download it from Canva. Share. And the look that the death stare that he gets from Karen. Gold. I actually really like this judge too. He should. Why is that downloading that? Oh, you fucker. No, that's not what I want. This one. Thank you. No, I'm not sure if this has got the music to it or not, but yeah. Smarmy little brat. Have you heard of Nurse Kim before? Oh. Where'd you go? I'm talking to myself here. He's fucked off. Right when I found everything. Where did I save it? Videos. lucky that was a vape. Okay, so I should be able to bring that up now. Video file. There it is.
Special new prosector, and Hank Breeden is his name. He is a dirty Boston lawyer, and his arguments are lame. He can lie without a conscience and keep that smirk upon his face. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. So you can bring in Massachusetts, cause we all ain't got
Look at the
no
looks he gives him.
And we all know that the truth is my car is not the thing John hit.
Yeah. Now I want to get back to the Friday Night Frenzy with Drunk Runkle. Because I missed so much of that. I couldn't play it all. I couldn't clip it all in time. There it is.
And the opposing party was one of the most Weasley witnesses, where I had to walk through.
Can you hear that?
Bank statements and identify every transaction and just
Ian,
force feed it to him.
He's got the piss holes in the
Train
snow
him over
eyes.
and over again. And I was complaining. I was not complaining. We kind of love that a little bit. You don't really like it. It becomes annoying and tedious at times. But if you make me do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to walk you through that one step at a fucking time.
Oh, I mean,
And
sometimes
just take notice of Rob's facial expressions, like when Ian starts going off.
sometimes dragging a witness through their
His face
transcripts
is like, oh fuck. what's
is
gonna
basically
say?
like
Oh,
putting them
shit.
on their face and then
Shit.
dragging them through like an off-leash dog park. It's like, yep, there's going to be a whole lot of shit in here.
Thank fuck you went on the dog park thing. Phew.
And yep, you're going to end up eating a whole bunch of it. But that's the price of the walk you've decided to have.
Yeah, the question is, like I was telling the chat earlier too. Well, finishing the story on the first story, what I went through, the difficulty I went through over the course of an hour and a half of cross-examination, that was hour and a half across over 30 minutes of direct. And I was like, yeah, that's about right. Hour and a half across, it was just brutal. And it was nothing compared to how evasive Yuri Bukhenik was.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. It didn't hold a candle to how evasive that was.
I mean, he was unwilling to answer some of the simplest questions. Was Brian Higgins trying to flirt?
Oh, this is fun.
And I mean, to be fair, Brian Higgins attempting to flirt is one of the saddest things I've ever seen.
Ian hasn't even put his name up on the screen. He hasn't even typed it in. He's just got on and go, ah.
I read those messages, seeing those come in again. I was going, thank God I'm not in the dating world, because if this is what you have to put up with.
He is the sex equivalent of an incontinent puppy with cancer.
It's one of those things. Karen Reed is playing mind games with him that entire time too. It's like, wow, this is horrible. What are you doing?
I mean, it's clear what she is basically going, hey, I have a vagina I'm not using right now. Would you like to borrow it for the next 20 minutes?
I don't think she's
doing that. He's like,
I think she wants attention. She just wants the attention.
But he's like, what do you mean? And she's like, I am gonna do like the airplane landing signals. And he's like, Could you explain? I'm going,
Hexagon red.
my dude. You can
was-
either say I want to bang or I don't want to bang, but like pick a lane. Because instead he's like, what I really want is for you to be tired of asking to bang me. Like I really, really want this to be an arduous experience for you that you regret ever having ever been interested in me. And it's like, oh God.
I mean, Yuri Bukhenik, I did tell the chat, I said the only thing that I think was really honest was he's the first male that's ever testified accurately to what 7 to 8 inches looks like. when the piece of taillight was up there, and he's like, how big is that taillight? He goes, about 7 to 8 inches. And I was like, holy shit, he's right. The thing's right there. You can see it. He's correct. It was an honest answer. My God. Like, oh God.
And I mean,
how does Hank Brennan come back from this? I don't know that he can. Those experts better be really experty.
those experts better be literally fucking Jesus of Nazareth. And their first act on testimony, it better be walking across a pond. Like, I'm just.
I mean, imagine the reconstructionist. If you pull out the reconstructionist, and the reconstructionist is there, and you're like, would it change your theory of the vehicle strike if you learned that a piece of taillight was found on the opposite side of the house, but still at the address, but on the opposite side of the house? Just I don't know. And I still think we have about 2.5 to 3 hours across. I think we have about 3 more hours.
And the rest.
They're gonna take the cross up until lunch.
Like this bit.
They're gonna cross them up until lunch break, and they're gonna be like, "He's done. Jury, go for lunch."
And then Brennan's gonna take his lunch in the bathroom crying.
And then after lunch, after the, if I'm the defense, I'm taking the cross examination right up until the lunch break. I'm waiting until I see Judge Canoni like starting to be like, I got a shit, and because, and then I'm like, and 2 more questions, 1 more question, done. And then the jurors go for lunch.
Yep.
And then Brennan comes back and is like, isn't it the case that you didn't lie about some of the things you testified to? And he's like, I was truthful about not understanding what colloquialism means.
Brennan comes back. This is Brennan's redirect. Ready? Trooper Bukhenik, you would consider yourself a truthful person, right? And you would say that this investigation was handled with honor and integrity, wouldn't you? And it's shameful to have that honor and integrity questioned, right? You remember how to write your name, don't you? Sometimes you don't feel like writing your name. Isn't that true? So you give your name to somebody else to write down. There's nothing nefarious about that.
Isn't it true you're just a fuck up and not actually evil? And he's like, because that's really where the redirect is going to have to land, right?
Someone sent this to me on Twitter and I can't unsee it.
Oh, this is funny. Do the picture.
Sure.
And it's Ian's face. You can't even focus on it.
I got the same text or the same
Tell me you can't unsee that.
I mean, the thing is you can, because the guy on the left has a nose and also like a defined chin that is separate from just his jawline.
It was something.
I mean, Bukhenik is basically a potato with opinions. And they're not good opinions. They're just opinions.
Go. Okay, buddy. I'm going to wrap up with these last super chats and then get out of here because I've been going on for 5 hours and 38 minutes.
Oh, I know. I was sending your mods like, stall him, stall him.
I know.
I was at a birthday party. I apologize. I am mildly to severely intoxicated, so you're getting
the chat did ask for this.
Runkle.
The chat did ask for this, and it was a photo taken earlier of the little pupper I checked in on him on the nanny cam. Mischief's gone, and he was just hanging out there watching his TV. He was. Now he's probably asleep. Little handsome fella.
I got a Furbo on the chat's request. I have to figure out how to log into that on my computer because I can log into it on my phone. Now the funny thing is that initially when I got this started, Zora was afraid of the Furbo.
Mm-hmm.
When there's a button that you hit and it's like tosses out treats, but it makes a noise before it tosses out the treats.
Mm.
And Zora's reaction to the noise was to run from downstairs to upstairs. And I'm like, but the treats are happening downstairs. Like you gotta get in on that. So I'm just like, I very much want to to be able to share that, but I'm working on teaching Zora, like when you hear the noise, that means treats will be in the treat spot, and you should go get them. So yeah, yeah.
So are you streaming on Monday?
I expect to be streaming on Monday, and I also need to figure out how to get the Furbo stream onto my computer so that I can share, like, here is Zora eating a treat.
Yeah, you need to figure that out. That's going to be a priority. I'm just going to tell you that. Chat's going to want that very much so.
Because, yeah, what is it? She's super cute, but and the other thing is that Potter figured out very quickly that the noise meant treats. But he didn't figure out that the noise meant treats out of the Furbo. He figured out that the noise meant treats from Runkle. Because I was trying to give them treats when the noise was being made. So he was like, when I hear the noise, I need to go to Runkle to get a treat. So I pressed the button and he jumped up into the bed where I was and he pawed my face. As a 120-pound dog, he's just like on my face, and I'm like,
yeah,
freaking dog, eat the treats. Like
Leo gets me.
treats.
Leo gets me like that every now and then, and it is not a pleasant feeling or experience. Here, that you asked for it. I had shown it briefly, and I'll do it again. I had to enhance the video, I had the photo a little bit so you can see it, but that's from the Nest Cam. Currently that's his mouth around his blanket, leaning against the side of the couch, watching television. There is your Leo proof of life. Earlier in the day, early in the evening, probably about 2 hours ago.
I'm just like, dog, I'm trying to give you treats. Don't punch me in the face.
Don't do that. Nice. Yeah. All right, let me get through these real quick. Tech Admiral Call, Drunkle of the Bailey. He is here. Nay, Rob, any chance you could have your closed captioning on during the live so the people with low hearing can keep up? During live streaming, there's a delay in closed captioning. So they can't, the algorithm ends up running it on the video, but only after the video posts.
No.
So I don't think it catches up to live. So that's the one downfall with live streaming. I don't think it doesn't keep up that fast. I wish I could. Tammy Lynn, Uncle Runkle, I love that you still have Rob's tie on your doorknob since JD's trial.
It's a whole thing, and every time the tie is not on the doorknob, the chat is like, where the hell is it? But the thing is whenever the tie is not on the doorknob, what that means is that I took it off to wear it to a court appearance. And I've actually had some pretty good results wearing the tie. So, I mean, it's done. It's a good, it's a good luck tie.
It's a good tie. Told you. I like that. It's a good tie. I just got a good win record.
Yep.
Shay B. Hey, Ian says hi.
Hey.
That Shay B gifting memberships. Thank you, Shay B. That's very good. Megan Sue 819. Would you, as an attorney that valued the vows you took as a lawyer, take this case to court or just say no? If I was, let me tell you this. If I was being asked as a prosecutor to prosecute this case, I would have a pretty significant problem with it.
I can tell you exactly what I'd do as a prosecutor on this case.
Find somebody else?
No, because I think that if I ditched it, they'd just find somebody who's willing to do it.
You'd tank it?
I'd walk up and I'd be like, so, Your Honor, the jury is impaneled.
Dismiss.
Jeopardy has attached.
Dismiss it.
The Commonwealth closes its case.
Yeah. Present no evidence.
We have no evidence to call. The Commonwealth closes its case. Defense, do you want to call any evidence? Or do you have an application? And the defense would be like, we apply to, have this struck on a motion to dismiss. And be like, I agree. The defense has a solid motion to dismiss in this case. And they'd be like, okay, so motion to dismiss is granted. And I'd be like, okay, looks like the defense is won. And looks like that because Jeopardy attached, there is no ability to bring this case again.
Yeah.
Case is over. And I'm fired from the prosecution. Oh, that's sad. That is so sad.
You probably put your license at issue at risk a little bit.
I don't think I'd put my license at issue because ultimately there is no. I don't think there's an ethical obligation to prosecute a case fully.
Actually,
so
but pulling that type of, I think you could decline to prosecute. But I think if you took on the prosecution.
So this is an interesting question. We don't have to choose between a motion to strike and presenting a defense. In Canada, prosecution closes its case. I can, but I'm not obligated to, bring a directed verdict application. Now, in Canada, we rarely do. In the U.S., they always do. Like in the U.S., they always ask to. But in Canada, we rarely bring a motion to dismiss on the basis of a directed verdict. It is considered a bit of a dick move because you're basically saying the prosecutor's fucked up. That said, if you think you have it, you do it every time, right? And I had a case, the judge, after the close of the Crown's case, the close of the prosecution's case, they said, Mr. Runkle, do you have an application to make? And when the judge says that, the answer is yes, right? Because that's like hint fucking hint.
Yep.
And I'm like, Your Honor, motion for directed verdict, Crown has not proven its case. And the judge denied it. After hinting that I should make it. And he said, I am going to deny your motion for a directed verdict because there is some evidence on which a jury could convict, notwithstanding the fact that the complainant's evidence was badly shaken on cross-examination and contradicted by several other pieces of evidence.
Oh, so hint,
it
prosecutor.
Is theoretically possible that a court could accept the complainant's evidence, notwithstanding the contradictions and the very difficult situations on cross-examination. And so, Mr. Runkle, I must deny your request for a directed verdict. Do you want to call any evidence, Mr. Runkle? And I'm like,
fuck no.
Fuck no.
No, not going
Like
to.
when the judge,
I'd like to just go to closing arguments, please.
When the judge is going, the prosecution's evidence is dog shit, but not enough to meet the standard for dismissal. Do you want to call any evidence? The answer is God's no. And then the prosecution to their lack of credit, argued extensively on their close that the judge should convict. And my argument was basically, Judge, you already know the issues. Yeah, I won that one. It was I had some subtle clues that I was going to win it before that happened. So
I can imagine, sir. All right, two more. Gotta get out of here. Greg, like Higgins could last 20 minutes, Runkle. Oh.
20 minutes includes the time to eat the pizza.
Text about it. Glamis is one of the experts with Trooper Paul, supervisor and training officer. Oh, that's going to be fun. Sandy gifting memberships.
Somebody trained Trooper Paul?
It's a 9-hour class he took, remember?
I thought Trooper Paul just like dropped out of a chute.
No, he listened to the evidence. He listened to the scene. The scene spoke to him. It was the scene. He learned how the scene translates. He translates scenes.
And then he like testifies as to like the pirouettes.
He does that. All right, buddy. I'm gonna wrap. So let's wave to everybody.
It doesn't even finish off.
Good night, all.
It's like, I gotta go.
6 hours after a full week, full day, full everything. Ian will be streaming on Monday, so catch the recap with him. Recaps are great. Please do so. Please like and subscribe. Do all the YouTube things. Everyone in the U.S., remember, it is Mother's Day on Sunday. Call your mom. Text your mom. Send her flowers. If you haven't sent a card, call her and apologize for not sending a card. Just tell you love her and all of those things. So thank you guys. Have a good weekend.
You've only got so many Mother's Days, so
make
count. Sure you tick each box.
Let's see if he's
Yep, absolutely do that. All right, guys. Go make something. You'll feel better. Until next time, have a wonderful weekend. And
let's see if he's on. We'll jump in his chat, eh? No, not yet. He's very clever, Rob. He makes the pen out of all that. How cool is that? Yeah, he gave he made pens for heaps and heaps of content creators and gave them away last year for Christmas. They call him Law and Lumber because he loves working with wood, obviously, and that's all like pencils. And yeah, he's a lawyer, obviously, but yeah, no, there's nothing. There's nothing on Ian's. Mind you, he's doing a recap, so that will be 7 a.m. Not for a few hours. When we stop. What has he got here? Stupid elf defense. Oh. You can't see it. Fuck. Let me go back.
It's time for stupid self-defense tips because there's an unending supply of those on the internet and they could actively harm you if you decide to follow them. So here you see there's the guy waiting in the shadows intending to do evil. How does this go?
Yo, give me your money. Stay back, man. Stay back. Yo, is that a knife, bro? Do you know how to use your belt for self-defense?
You bet I do. It keeps my pants up, which is important when I'm going to be running away from a guy with a knife. This whole business of I'm going to take my belt off. I don't know if you saw, but I pulled up a little piece of foam and a little knife, and I was able to get, I don't know, I think 10 good hits on that foam.
Well,
if you're there, that's maybe your lungs, your liver, other things you don't want to have ventilated. And while you're busy trying to get your pants off so that you can defend yourself with your pants around your ankles, somebody could be easily sticking you. It's time for stupid self-defense tips because there's an unending supply of those on the internet. And right now in the Paltrow lawsuit, one of the huge issues is going to be the GoPro. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer, and I have some comments about a moment that happens in the Murdoch trial.
Tempting, but
it certainly looks like he's got that pointed at the prosecution table. I'm going to give him the credit of assuming it was pointed over them. It's still not acceptable. It's not funny. People laughed at that. They shouldn't. Guns are not a toy. Guns are not a joke. You always treat a gun as if it's loaded. You never pointed at something you wouldn't be willing to shoot. This is unacceptable. If I was the judge in that courtroom, I would have asked the jury to leave, and I would have torn a strip off this lawyer, and he would not touch iron in my courtroom again. I'm a Canadian criminal defense. If you're wondering what it takes to get fired as a police officer, check out this story from Manitoba. Constable Stefan Shuchuk of the RCMP pulled over a vehicle to check if the driver was sober. He finds out who the passenger is, reaches out to her on Instagram, and sends her creepy messages that make her uncomfortable. She tells him that she's 17, probably to get him to go away, and he continues, instead calling her jailbait. Eventually, she blocks him, a police complaint is made, and he actually keeps his job and gets 45 days of docked pay. You might think, well, maybe it's his first offense. No, he'd actually been found to have used excessive force in the past, so it's not his first round. The panel said, I do believe members of the public understand that police officers are human and at times will make mistakes.
Really?
Well, if those mistakes involve the abuse of the authority to creep on high school girls, maybe you shouldn't be a cop with a badge and a gun and the ability to demand people's ID. Assault in Canada includes if you intentionally apply force to another person, and it doesn't have to be much force, a touch, a push, all of those would count. And it can be directly or indirectly. So throwing something, poking them with a stick, running them over with your car, all of those things would be included. Now, consent is a defense. It's okay to touch somebody if they let you do so, but not if you're causing serious injuries. You can also commit assault by attempting or threatening by some sort of action to apply force to somebody if they reasonably believe that you could do so right away. So drawing back your fist like you're about to punch somebody is a classic example of that. A third way to commit assault in Canada is if you are openly wearing or carrying a weapon and you accost another person, impede them, or beg. So if you go, hey man, can you lend me some money? That would count as an assault.
Wow.
Assault in Canada includes hey guys, really quick update on the Rittenhouse trial, and I think I spotted something that no one else is talking about. So the defense is arguing that the prosecution has given them a lower quality video. The prosecution said, this was an accident. We didn't mean to do it. It must have been something when we emailed it or some other tech problem. I don't think I buy that, and here's why. Let's look at what happens when they try to play the video, and this is the defense playing their video. Let's have a look.
Yeah, this is the same quality as our version, is it? Yeah. Our version is much clearer. Yeah.
When the video is not playing right, this is the first conclusion they jump to. So how did you know there were two versions? How did you know there were two versions? Because what you told the court today should have made this an unexpected surprise and not the first thing you leap to. But hey, it's just a capital trial, right? Hey guys, really quick update on the Rittenhouse.
All right, stop. I've got, my dodgy neighbours. My, the guy that comes to help with the housework came today and he said, have you been out the front? And I went, no, I was just got up. Why? And he said, there's a car in their carport. Yep. No plates and tarped up at the back. That's not stolen at all. So I emailed it to the detective that's handling the Berg to let her know because they are known for it. I've seen them many cars come in. I said, but, you know, you want to get down here pretty quick because they turn them over pretty quick. And apparently, because it's on private property, they can't just come down and I'm on the end of a dead-end road, right at the end of a court. I can't just go, oh, you know, we were driving past and saw this because it's tarped up at the back, so they would have no need. But between that car and the right-hand side of the photo is my car. My car extends 2 car lengths or 3 car lengths down the driveway. Their carport is just 1 carport because they're in front of me. And this is not their car. They don't have a car. And I said to her, well, you have an open case with me and you have to walk straight past that car to get to me. There's your probable cause right there, dickhead. I said, besides that, there is other items of mine that you found or that you remember seeing when you went into the first search and seize that I didn't know was missing. Like my big container of hair dyes and all my hair extensions. I said, you saw that at her place. And I said, well, I'm ringing up. That was the initial reason I was ringing, was because I wanted to know when you're going to go and get it. So, you know, she's applying for another search warrant. So, and there's no, like, the VIN number is just a tiny little thing. If you see the windscreen, see there's a black, looks like a darker area around the inside of the actual window frame itself, the windscreen. Down the bottom, on this side, there is like a little window, clear window, and under that should have the VIN number of the car, because Commodores are very expensive in Australia now because they're not manufacturing them anymore. And that looks in pretty good nick too. So, but they put something over it, like they put a piece of plastic or something over it, so they I can't get the photo of it. So she can't even search it for a stolen vehicle. And I said, well, it would have happened last night. They may not have reported it. So, yeah, I don't think they've been down. There's my phone. I'll check my ring. Check my ring. That sounds wrong. My ring camera. Let's have a look. So ring, ring, why don't you give me a call? Oh, and it appears that I'm not sure the logistics of it yet, but either tomorrow after court or Thursday after court, I will be doing an interview with on civil law. Oh, okay, so my thing might have fallen off. It's all right. I got it. Ring. There it is. No, it's still there. That's unusual. Normally they're gone in a couple of hours. But, there you go. That's the live version. Oh, damn hands wet. Your car is still in the carport. And you see the front of that car. I can't hold my arms up, sorry. In the front of that car, see that. Oh, sorry, I can't hold it up. There's 2 shopping carts I see 2 shopping trolleys full of shit, full of junk. That's what might have gotten thrown around the day that I got home from hospital. Oops, one doesn't know one's strength when one's sanctuary has been violated. Oh, that's hard work. Useless shoulders. Right. All right, well, how long have we got? Because I need a twinkle. I might, we've probably got another 20 at least, I reckon. So grab yourself a cuppa. I'm going to have a stretch and a whiz. And I'll be back shortly. Where's my off to lunch? Oh, I like this. I'll put this up. It's cute.
You are unmuted.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask that GG for identification be moved in evidence.
Yes.
May I inquire? I'm so sorry. I did it again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Just before the lunch break, Sergeant, I asked whether you had engaged in a discussion with the Commonwealth at a prior proceeding in which you were shown a video and you talked about the fairness and accuracy of that particular video in the Sally Port when the SUV was first pulled in. And you indicated that you did indicate that it was fair and accurate, correct?
Yes, back then, yes. Yeah.
I want to play a bit of that video, if I could, please, with the court's permission.
Okay, is it in evidence?
It is not. I would ask that we mark as next in order. Thumb drive.
Were we marking this for identification, or is there an agreement it's going into evidence?
I'd like it into evidence.
We agree with the stipulation that it's authentic.
I'm not going to argue metadata issues or authenticity issues. So,
All right, so is there a stipulation that this is authentic? Okay, so folks, again, a stipulation means the parties agree. And with that, I will allow this into evidence as the next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter?
that's it.
Exhibit 118.
Okay, now you may display it.
Thank you. Okay. Could we play beginning, what's the runtime, Mr. Wolk? 5:37:03. This is at 5:37:03. If we could just play this forward for a couple of seconds. A little bit further. Pause. Do you see what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
This is the video that you were shown at a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be the interior of the Sally Port at Canton PD?
Yes, it is.
And this is what you were questioned about regarding the SUV being pulled into the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
From a time frame standpoint, just the time frame, this is right after the SUV has been driven in from the flatbed after having been seized in Dighton, correct?
Yes, it was driven off of the flatbed after transportation from Dighton to Canton PD and driven into the Sally Port.
All right. You previously have identified individuals in this video, in this still shot, correct?
Yes.
And what you previously said, and then we'll get to subsequent testimony in a second, you previously indicated that the person to the right was you, person to the left, Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, previously I identified that being Michael Proctor. I was mistaken. That is not me on the right.
That would be the tow truck driver, correct?
That's correct.
That is, in fact, Michael Proctor, however, in the two-tone jacket, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as the video is portrayed, at least as we're looking at it, and I'll get to the next question next, as we're looking at it, it appears that we're looking at the right passenger side of the vehicle, as it appears in this video, correct?
That's correct.
And you see a timestamp and a date stamp on the bottom, correct?
It is present. I don't know what it says.
Okay, can we highlight that just a little bit? Can you see what that says?
I believe it says interior Sally port back wall.
Okay.
537 maybe.
Okay. When you indicated that this was a fair and accurate depiction of the interior Sally port when the SUV was brought in, you were specifically asked whether or not you or Michael Proctor approached or manipulated or touched the right rear taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but in something along those lines, that's what was asked.
And you indicated that neither of you did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But in point of fact, this video is backward, correct?
Yes, it is a mirror image of what is actually taking place as recorded by the camera.
Can we play this forward? Yes. Do you see where Mr. Proctor, let's go ahead and pause it. Do you see where Mr. Proctor went?
Yes, the video depicts him going to that portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is.
Okay. And the back, from all appearances, importantly, it appears to be the back driver's side, back left of the vehicle, correct?
That's the way it appears, yes.
Okay. Let's play this forward for a second. Pause. Can I ask you to pay special note to the far rear side of the vehicle? Do you see what appears to be Mr. Proctor's head?
Yes.
As the tow truck driver walks past the rear of the vehicle, can you watch and tell me if you see Mr. Proctor do anything or move in any way? Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
Yes, it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph toward the back of the vehicle? Right there.
There is some anomaly there with the footage, so it could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Can you recognize that person?
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature
I can't tell.
as compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the car? What about this person? Taller, shorter than Michael Proctor?
I can't tell from here. I can't.
You indicated that Chief Berkowitz was a smaller statured person, correct?
I never said that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know his height.
Larger or smaller? Generally. How about this? Larger or smaller than you?
He's shorter than me.
Okay. Can you tell whether or not that is Chief Berkowitz?
I cannot know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And a little bit further. Pause. What does it appear that Mr. Proctor does at this point in the video?
He's walking.
Okay. Do you see anything in his hand?
I cannot tell from the video, but he might be carrying something.
Remember we looked previously at a portfolio, black portfolio. Does it appear that he may have a black portfolio in his hand?
That is very likely, but I don't know exactly what he's carrying.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this forward. Okay, and did it appear that somebody just appeared at the front right, or sorry, the right-hand side of the screen toward the front of the SUV as well?
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. I'd like to mark. I have another electronic device, a thumb drive, that has another video on it, Your Honor. I'd like to have that marked as next in order. Court permission.
All right, so there's no objection, Mr. Wright?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibit 119.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, what does this show?
It appears to be the mirror image of the previous footage. I don't know the exact timestamp there, but
Can we increase the date and time? Do you see, can you read the date and timestamp on this Chiron?
I cannot now.
It's because it's backward, correct?
I can't read it. I can't make it out, sir.
Can you make it any bigger, Mr. Wolk? Does that appear to be backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
Okay, let's look at the whole screen again. Sergeant, let's play this forward for just a quick second. Pause. Do you see Michael Proctor in this video?
I believe that's him. Yes.
And which side, and let's start with this. Do you agree that this is the correct version of the camera angle and the SUV as it pulled into the Sally Port?
This is the footage, the way that is depicted right now is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward? And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward. Do you see anything in his hand now as his arm?
Yes, yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is, yes.
Let's move forward. And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sally Port, that was not quite true, correct?
I'll allow it.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What is left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Stand us to that one.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection.
Do you agree with that? I'll allow it.
It appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sally Port, at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
So 5:35, 5:37 is before the first taillight pieces were found. All right.
I'd have to see a timestamp of when they were exactly found, but if
Well, let me
that...
ask it a different way. 5:37, 5:35 is before 5:45.
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, Canton PD is about 1.5 miles from 34 Fairview, is that right?
Approximately. I don't know the exact distance. I never measured it, but I would not be shocked if you were accurate in that.
Maybe a 3 or 4 minute drive.
Depending on the traffic conditions and the weather conditions, that could be a possibility, depending on the speed you travel.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I have a photograph that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission. If I may approach.
Marked for identification.
Marked for identification for the time being.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes. Let's mark it first, please.
Thank you. Let me take a look.
Thank you. Let me ask you a couple of other questions. We just looked at the videos of the interior of the Sallyport. Harkening back to what we just looked at, the corrected video, there would also be a camera on the other side of that Sallyport garage pointing down toward the right rear taillight area of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
There's a camera situated on the opposite side. We'd be looking at that camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, taking a look at that photograph. I know the quality of it, but can you tell if that appears to be a still image from that camera?
Yes, it appears to be a still image from that video camera.
I'd ask that this be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
No objection. Thank you. Thank you. If we could display this for the jurors, Your Honor, just the photograph.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted? I know the photograph that you're holding is very poor quality. It's a little easier with this lighting. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry, your laser was bouncing off on the ceiling. I
I was trying to
apologize.
make it easier for you.
Yeah.
This photograph here.
That appears to be the seized SUV belonging to the defendant, with it being situated inside the Sallyport.
And what is that vehicle there?
It's an antique police cruiser.
And who is this person?
I do not know who that is.
Does that look like Michael Proctor?
I don't know. I'd have to get a zoom in. I don't know.
Could that be, does he have glasses on?
I don't know.
Could be Chief Berkowitz.
It could be Chief Berkowitz. I don't know.
Can you tell me the date that's on the the date and timestamp at the bottom?
I cannot. I think I might be able to make it out in the actual photograph you printed out. Could I take a look at that?
Sure.
Need the light?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
It appears the time is 11:08 and 59 seconds in the morning of possibly January 30th of 2022.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this back out full frame.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, do you have a point of reference? Does that appear to be the interior camera facing the other direction where the SUV was depicted in the Sallyport earlier?
It's the opposite of what we had viewed earlier, diagonally across, I believe.
So this would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'd like to ask you to take a look at a video. Now that we have that point of reference, I have a final video. I can have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
As next in order, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
I have no objection to that being entered now.
Exhibit 121.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we present this? Go ahead and play it. Pause. Can you make out, now that that's paused, can you make out what's depicted toward the top of the screen?
Yes, it appears to be a distorted image of that antique police cruiser.
Okay. And does the area next to the police cruiser appear to be empty? Some snow on the ground?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does look that way, yes.
Okay. So there's nothing next to the police cruiser, at least at this point, correct?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Can we take a look at the timestamp on this document or on this frame? I'd ask you to let the jurors know if you can see what the actual run time is.
Not a very clear picture.
I could see the timestamp. I don't know the runtime, what it's going to be.
It's 5:07, 10 or 12, something like that.
That's the timestamp, yes.
Okay.
Yes, PM.
Now, if we could just play this forward, go back to full screen. Pause.
Now 5:50.
How many seconds would you estimate, just in your head, just went by in real time?
Approximately 5 seconds.
Okay. Do you see something in the video now?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the seized Lexus SUV.
And now let's look at the timestamp.
Uh-huh.
What time is that?
5:50:47 p.m.
So in about, according to your testimony, in about 5 seconds,
Mm-mm.
the time
You lost.
jumped from before the SUV was in the Sally Port to about 5:50 p.m. after the SUV had already arrived and is now situated in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The time frame that we just saw earlier of about 5:35, 5:36 or so with you and, I'm sorry, with the tow truck driver and Michael Proctor in the video. That is not in this video. It's not captured in this video, was it?
It did not present itself, no.
That's all I have now.
Mr. Brennan?
I'm starting to get the feeling that Yuri was kept in the dark a little bit about what was going on with Proctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had just asked questions about some of the video footage from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you further questions about that. In your investigation, did you obtain camera footage from a number of different angles from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area.
I did.
And one of those series of footages, did that include the interior Sallyport back wall for January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the video that appears inverted? And then we saw the second where it was present as you would see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at that video? Did you invert the video in any way?
No, I did not.
Did you investigate and learn whether or not there was any other video in addition to that interior Sallyport back wall where video was set up by the town of Canton that appears inverted rather than forward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, the investigation revealed that multiple cameras had a lens applied to it that was inverted.
In addition to the Canton Police Department Sallyport interior back wall, where else did you learn around town there was video that appears inverted?
I believe it is inside the Canton PD, the hallways, possibly. And if I am not mistaken, the other locations within the town of Canton. And
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question. No, is that your answer? Is that your final answer?
I wasn't finished, but yes.
May we approach the
Mm-hmm. That's a bit weird. I might be possibly uploading transcripts of the next trial that we will be covering after this. Just, whilst I'm sitting here, I may as well make myself useful. That will be an interesting one to analyse. Me think 'em. I can't even go fast forward because we're on real time. Well, I can even start doing some, little questions or little teasers, or once I've uploaded all the transcript for this trial, or the next trial. Yeah. Especially, during
Jurors, I'm going to strike the portion of the answer that follows hallways of the Canton PD.
And sir, when you obtained the video from the interior Sallyport back wall, which was inverted, did you provide a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at that video, does it have time and date stamps on it?
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce a copy of that.
I don't even know where Dan went. Didn't even say goodbye. I just looked up and he was gone.
When you provided the video for January 29, 2022, for that inverted video, did you do any further investigation to see if it was an anomaly that happened just on that date, or whether that was historically the way the video appeared?
I'll look into that matter, produced the fact that it's been recording that way previously to January 29th.
Why did you want to historically go back and see if it was historically the same way?
To show that it had not been manipulated or altered in any way, and it was accurately recording what was taking place on January 29th, 2022.
As part of the investigation, was there video taken from January 1st, 2022.
Yes.
And is that before January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to approach and move to introduce this.
Okay.
Exhibit 123.
Do you know how many cameras are inside the Sally port?
I don't know exactly. I know that there's at the very least 2 inside the Sally port.
You were shown a still photograph, not from the inverted video, but from a different video or a different camera.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that photograph?
I do.
And you were asked about gaps in time.
Mhm.
Do you know what the health was of that camera around that time?
I do not know.
Did you obtain and look at video from that camera?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce. I had you look at this before. Introduce it. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a Sally Port Videos, the original disc or thumb drive. I apologize, not disc.
Please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 124.
So they've got the
When you
full
saw that
original
dark
thumb drive
photograph,
and
you
didn't
later
use
saw a
that.
picture that was clearer, and you were asked questions about that. Do you know whether or not the video from that Sally Port area was clarified?
It was.
What does clarified mean?
It means it was enhanced to look clearer.
And that image you saw, was that a clarified photograph taken from the video that was not clarified?
It appears that way, yes.
Do you know who clarified the video?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
This must have been right in the middle of COVID, this trial.
This down.
Oh, is that the poll? I'm having a look.
Can you see a zip drive, you know what is on that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's Sally Port clarified video from the front wall.
Thank you. I've moved into this as an exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 125.
With the court's permission, could I play a portion of the clarified video for the jury?
Yes.
With Ms. Gilman's assistance, could you take us to the clarified video of the Sally Port, and could you take us to about 5:35? As Ms. Gilman searches, I have other questions I can proceed with.
Okay, we'll turn the light on again, please. Go ahead, thank you.
Did you obtain video of outside the Sally Port to show what time the tow truck arrived with the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can you and I, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a disc containing CPD exterior Sally Port video.
Move to introduce this, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 126.
Similarly, did you obtain video from the front driveway of the Canton Police Department depicting the arrival of the defendant's Lexus?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you another item. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's Canton PD driveway video.
And is this a copy of the video you obtained?
Yes, it is.
I will move this into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 127.
Do you recall when you arrived with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, what time you reached the Sally Port?
To the best of my recollection, it was 5:35 p.m. is when the vehicle was placed into the Sally Port.
When you left Dighton after the tow truck lifted the defendant's Lexus and put it on the tow truck, did you follow the tow truck back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
Did the tow truck stop at any point between Dighton and Canton Police Department?
Other than red traffic lights, no.
When you were following, how were you following the tow truck?
I was keeping a safe distance, always keeping line of sight behind the vehicle. I was following it from Dighton residence all the way to Canton PD.
Was Michael Proctor with you in your truck?
Yes, he was.
Did you take any detours on your trip back to the Canton Police Department?
No, we followed the truck driver. He led the way.
At any point, did you take any turns to Fairview Road?
No.
Did you know whether or not there was a CERT team at Fairview Road searching while you were driving back to the Canton Police Department?
I knew one was dispatched, yes.
Did you go to Fairview Road to speak to any of the CERT team members?
No.
Did you watch the CERT team members conduct their search?
No, I did not.
In any way, did you, at any point during that search, see it happening?
No, I did not, no.
When the CERT team members were there, do you remember that they arrived at 4:54 and 4:56?
I don't have a specific memory, but I know that they arrived sometime between that hour.
When you arrived at the Sally Port, at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus, what was your understanding of where the CERT team was?
My understanding was they were at 34 Fairview.
When you first arrived around 5:37 at the Canton Police Department, were any members of the CERT team at the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Lay a foundation.
Now, I asked you, do you remember about what time you got back to the Canton Police Department? Do you know specifically what time you got back?
I know we pulled in to the driveway at 5:30 p.m.
And did you see some of the timestamps that you were shown on cross-examination?
Yes.
Did you see the timestamp 5:37:18 when it was shown to you by the defense?
Yes.
At that time, when you were arriving and bringing the defendant's Lexus into the Sally Port, was there any CERT team members at the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were there any troopers who were speaking to you or receiving items or evidence from you or Trooper Proctor?
Absolutely not.
Was there any items exchanged between you and or Trooper Proctor and anybody else for that matter that you saw?
No.
While you were at the Canton Police Department in the Sally Port area, do you remember how long you stayed in that area?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And so you were asked when the first items were found at Fairview Road. Do you remember that it was around 5:45?
Yes.
So at the time those items were first found at Fairview Road, where were you and Michael Proctor?
At Canton Police Department.
When you were at the Canton Police Department, and you had brought the Lexus back. Did you ever see Michael Proctor leave the Canton Police Department without you?
No,
You ever see him hop in a car and take a drive?
no,
A 3-minute drive or a 4-minute drive?
no.
Did you ever see him leave for a 6-minute, 7-minute trip?
Objection, Your Honor.
You've made your point. Next question.
When you were at the Canton Police Department, were you separate or with Michael Proctor?
We were together, not obviously tied at the hip, but we were within eyesight, traveling together.
After you left the Sallyport area, did you and Michael Proctor immediately leave the Canton Police Department?
No, we stuck around.
Why did you stick around at the Canton Police Department?
To make sure that evidence was properly being protected with yellow tape around it. And we were making plans to go get dinner.
When you were making plans, did you go anywhere else in the police department after you left the Sallyport area?
Yes, I believe we went to the conference room.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the police department when you went to the conference room with Mr. Proctor?
I remember talking to Chief Berkowitz in the police department. We were in the dispatch area at one point in time as well. So there was multiple people that observed us there.
At any point, did you give any items to Chief Berkowitz?
No.
At any point, did you ever see Michael Proctor hand or give an item to Chief Berkowitz?
Absolutely not.
You said Michael Proctor had a folder with him.
Yes.
Is that typical in an investigation?
Yes.
Did you ever see him place taillight or any item in that folder?
No, that would be absurd.
Did you ever see him retrieve an item or taillight pieces and give it or sneak it over to Chief Berkowitz?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor ever hand any piece of taillight to Chief Berkowitz or any other officer for that matter?
No.
The entire time you were there, did either you or Michael Proctor, from what you saw, provide any items, physical items, to anybody else that was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, we did not.
Okay.
Uh-huh. 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 Hang on. Where is it? This is about the time where Jody starts to fade. There's my... There. Swoopity. Oh, I haven't done this today.
I'm going to pause here and say, well, yes, you fucking rock the defense rests.
Mm-hmm.
Let her rip like defense rest.
Objection, dipshit.
um,
May I?
Yes.
At any point from when you first arrived at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus to the point when you left to go to dinner or to get something to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever provide any physical item to anybody at the Canton Police Department?
No, other than dropping off the vehicle itself, we did not exchange anything.
Oh, don't say we, I'm just asking for you. Now I'm going to ask you, at any point when you got to the Canton Police Department until you left to go to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever see him hand any physical item to any other person whatsoever?
No, I did not.
And after, do you know about what time you and Michael Proctor left the Canton Police Department?
I would have to estimate it to be around 6, maybe well after 6.
And at the point you left, do you know how many of the items had been found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road at the time you left the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
When you left with Michael Proctor, where did you go?
I went to Norwood, Massachusetts.
Is that where you ate?
Yes.
When you left and then arrived in Norwood, did you stop along the way at any other place, including but not limited to 34 Fairview Road?
I did not.
Did you eat?
Yes.
After you ate, where did you go?
Back to Canton Police Department.
Why?
We were having a debrief for that day on the investigation so that everybody could get on a good understanding of what had been learned, what had been collected, and where the investigation stood, and to assign tasks on the next steps.
Who were you meeting at the Canton Police Department when you returned?
It was the Detective Lieutenant Tully, members of the Norfolk SPDU.
Do you know at about time you returned to the Canton Police Department?
I want to say it was after 7:30, but I'm not positive.
When you left the place that you and Mr. Proctor ate at and returned to the Canton Police Department, did you take a swing by Fairview Road?
No.
Did you stop anywhere from the point you left where you ate and came back to the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
When you came back to the Canton Police Department, did you get debriefed?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not the CERT team had found any physical items at Fairview Road?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I did.
Did they give you any details about what they had found at Fairview Road during the CERT team search?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I learned that
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow this.
the second sneaker was located. Also, a large piece of red taillight was also located.
After you were debriefed, did you leave the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you leave with, if anybody?
It was myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Keefe, I believe.
When you left the Canton Police Department, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but I would have to estimate to be around 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Did you leave alone?
I was in my truck, yes.
Did you
So,
see
Mr.
where
Brennan,
Mike?
what I'm going to do is just interrupt you for a minute. Folks, a couple of minutes ago, when Sergeant Bukhenik testified as to what he learned at the debriefing, that's not offered to you for the truth of what he said, Sergeant, but only so you understand that the police, what Sergeant Bukhenik and the police acknowledged was at the time that it was told. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. When you drove away, were you alone?
Yes.
Okay. When the Lexus was brought to the Sally Port, did you have a chance to again look at that right rear taillight?
Yes.
And did you make observations of it?
Yes.
Which one's the right rear taillight? Which photo's the right rear taillight? Find that one. The right rear taillight.
Mm-hmm.
While you were at the Canton Police Department and in the Sallyport area, did you ever see anybody take a piece or in any way remove part of that broken taillight from the Lexus?
No, I did not.
If you had, what would have you done?
Objection.
Hello, mister.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson.
Can I have Exhibit 13 displayed, please?
Okay.
Could you zoom in a little, please, Ms. Gilman? Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the damaged and missing pieces of the right rear taillight on the defendant's Lexus SUV.
When the Lexus was brought into the Sallyport, was there still snow on it?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow on it that covered parts of the vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow in that area
Currently, no.
when you first brought it into the Sallyport?
I'm sorry, in the area of the vehicle?
No, the area of that taillight.
Yes, there was, yes.
How close did you get to take a look at that?
I was within a foot of it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, it is.
From what you saw, was the damage you saw when you looked at the car for the first time in the Sallyport area any different than the damage that appears on this Exhibit 13?
It is not.
As part of your investigation, did you look for, you can take that down, please, and lights on, thank you. Did you look for other evidence that the taillight was broken before it came into the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the ring video from Meadows Road at 5:07 in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And when you looked at that, did you have an opportunity to look at the defendant's Lexus backing up and then leaving that driveway?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to see if there was any evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see that stood out to you about the taillight?
The taillight is shining white and not covered by a red taillight cover, which would have produced a red light.
Did you further look at any video from the Canton Police Department dash cams to get a view of that taillight and determine whether it was broken before it was even brought to the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact look at video or still photographs from the Canton Police Department dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 11 displayed, please? And during your investigation, when you were making this analysis, did you view this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any particular reference or anything that caught your attention in this video?
Yes, the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV is missing the red lens cover, and it is damaged.
You mentioned the observations. You can take that down, please. You mentioned your observations when you got to Dighton about what you saw relative to the taillight. And then at some point, video was provided of the tow?
Yes.
Did you study that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the missing red right rear taillight cover.
You told us on direct examination you've watched a number of videos and interviews of the defendant.
Yes.
Without getting into the content, did you watch any videos where the defendant talks about the broken taillight prior to the Sallyport?
Objection, Your Honor.
Not foremost, sustainer.
Did you listen to any interviews of the defendant relative to the taillight?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back and I want you to take us through your investigation. And I want to be specific about what you learned and when and what you did with that information relative to the decisions and the direction of your investigation. When you were called on the morning of January 29, 2022, when you first got a call, where were you?
I was at home in bed.
You mentioned that after you received the call, you called another trooper at that time.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Michael Proctor.
After you spoke to Michael Proctor, did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened prior?
No, I did not.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened the night before?
I did not, no.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about the participants or the people that may or may not have been involved?
I did not, no.
Did you at that point know, or were you friendly with Brian Albert?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was.
Had you ever socialized with him?
No.
Nicole Albert?
No.
Were you friendly or ever socialized with her?
No, I've never.
Jennifer McCabe? Did you know who she was or socialize with her?
No, I did not.
Her husband, Matthew McCabe, did you know him or socialize with him?
No.
How about Julie Nagel? Did you know who she was or had you socialized with her?
No, I did not.
Ryan Nagel, is that name, was that familiar to you?
No, it's not.
Sarah Levinson, did you know that person?
I did not.
You mentioned that you knew who Brian Higgins was.
Yes.
And you had worked on a case or some involvement in a case with him?
Yes.
Did you owe him any particular favor or kindness at that time?
I'll sustain it.
Did you have any loyalty or friendship with him?
I did not, no.
At this point, you were how far into your career as a Massachusetts State Police officer?
In 2022, I was approximately 10 years in.
And you had been honorably discharged from the military?
Yes, I was.
Served the president?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so at this point, how about Heather Maxon? Did you know that name?
I did not know.
When you first received the call, did you have any firsthand knowledge whatsoever?
No, just what I was told over the phone.
You mentioned you went to the Canton Police Department first and spoke to Canton police officers.
Yes.
Was it at that point you learned about a physical item that was found at the scene?
Sustain.
What did you learn from them that was important in your investigation when you first got to the Canton Police Department?
I learned that there was a broken, shattered cocktail glass that was recovered from near where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And also his phone was underneath him at the scene.
And were both those items available to you?
Yes.
Did you also learn any statements made from any witnesses that were attributed to the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And what was the statements?
At that point in time, while at the Canton Police Department, the statements were, "Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I hit him?"
In a question format, questioning.
Yes.
And based on that information, was it somewhere around that point when you called the hospital or medical examiner's office?
Yes, I made a call to the medical examiner's office.
Oh.
Was that all the information you learned that morning?
No, it's not.
After you learned that information, did you ask the police officers? Well, let me ask it this way. After you learned that information, did you want to go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where did you want to go?
I wanted to interview the individuals that were with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was located and get their accurate and most first-person information from them directly.
Do you know whether or not, were they suspects at this point?
No, they were not.
Did you know whether they were eyewitnesses or differently witnesses?
At this point in time, prior to speaking to them, I just knew that they were eyewitnesses for the location of Mr. O'Keefe, but I did not know if they were eyewitnesses or witnesses.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Jennifer McCabe, Mr. McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert.
When you spoke to them, did you separate them or speak to them as a group?
I separated them.
You went to whose house to speak to them?
The McCabe household.
Is it typical to go to a person's house rather than bring them to the station under these circumstances?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Why did you go to their house rather than ask them to come to the police station?
Well, there were multiple factors involved in that decision. One, the driving conditions. Two, these are witnesses that had suffered some sort of traumatic event finding their friend on the front lawn of their own town. So going to their home would provide hopefully a more comfortable scene for them to recall information in the comfort of their own home.
When you spoke to them, did you receive any information from any of them that Mr. O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview at any time that night?
No.
When you were asked questions about scene versus crime scene, was 34 Fairview, the home, the inside of the home, a crime scene in your mind?
No.
Was the area where Mr. O'Keefe found an important or unimportant area?
It's very important.
Did you know whether or not any of the Canton Police Department officers at that time had done any type of limited search of the area?
Objection. Just whether you knew.
At that point in time, we did know, yes.
What did you learn about the scope or the breadth of that search by the Canton Police Department?
Objection. I'll allow that.
I knew that it was brief based on the weather conditions and the item that was recovered.
After you spoke
An
to
item.
Jennifer McCabe, and did you say Brian Albert?
Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert.
At that point, did you have any reason to want to go into 34 Fairview?
No, I did not.
Did you learn whether or not Canton police officers spoke to those particular people who lived there before you got there?
I had learned, yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that Canton police officers went inside the home, spoke with members inside the home as well.
When you speak to witnesses, you've done many
Officer
interviews
Lang?
over your
Yes, I
career?
have. Yes.
In addition to asking questions, what are you looking for when you speak to a witness?
We're looking for body language, how willing they are to provide the information. And with everyone, we always trust by verify. We corroborate their statements.
Did you see anything about these witnesses when you spoke to them that cued you or concerned you to do a further investigation?
I'm getting them. Boy, yeah. They're coming.
Was there anything about their mannerism or demeanor that stood out to you?
I'll allow it.
No.
I'll allow it. I'll allow them good
After
vibes.
speaking to the witnesses, in your
Yes,
mind as an
thank you.
investigator,
Thank you,
what did
Glenda.
you need to do next?
I needed to take a look at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries for myself.
And you share with us detail about when you went down to Good Samaritan Hospital to make observations.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, I pointed out you're not a medical examiner, are you?
I am not, no.
Not a biomechanical engineer.
I am not, no.
In your experience, when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe and had a chance to study his body, what impression did that leave with you with relative to your investigation?
Objection. I'll allow that.
You couldn't even
At
explain
that
the
point in
before.
time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, my impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Back at you, darling.
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of
Really?
force one would have to generate to produce
A single head wound.
the wound to his head.
I'm going to strike that last one.
Mm-hmm.
After coming to the conclusion, or strike that, after making your observations and your determination, did your
Here's my bit of
focus
paper.
shift at that point?
Yes, it did.
Where did you want to go next?
I wanted to observe the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
What were you going to be looking for?
Any damage to the headlights, windshield, and other parts of the vehicle that would have come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned the
Yeah,
windshield
and unfortunately,
and
they
the
didn't.
headlights. Those
It's
are in the
just
front
one
of the
little
car.
bit.
Did you have an impression at that point?
Yes, majority of the cases that I had exposure to with pedestrian vehicle strikes, the strike comes from the front of the vehicle. So in my assumption, speculation at that point in time, based on the limited information I had, that was my theory.
When you got to Dighton, did that theory change?
Prior to our arrival to Dighton, the theory had changed.
Based on information you received from Jennifer McCabe?
Sustained.
What was that based on?
Yep.
It was based on information I received from Jennifer McCabe's phone conversation.
And what was that information?
That the defendant told her that she had damaged her taillight and showed Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts the missing pieces and damage to the rear right taillight of her vehicle.
When you got to Dighton and had a chance to look at the defendant's Lexus, did your focus of your investigation develop in any way?
Yes, seeing for myself that there was actual damage, coupled with the statements made, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Along with the my observation, obviously, of the vehicle, my focus began to concentrate on the defendant.
You share with us that you went inside and spoke to the defendant.
Yes.
Why did you speak to her at her home rather than ask her or force her to come to the police station?
Same reasons we interviewed the witnesses, the driving conditions, the time that it would take for her to respond, the comfort of her own home or her parents' home, where she had just experienced a very traumatic event, being concerned for her well-being. We interviewed her in the comfort of her parents' couch.
When you interviewed her in her parents' home, where was she seated?
On the couch of her parents' living room.
Where was her mother?
She was in the home. I don't have a specific memory of her being in the room with us, but her father was in the room with us.
Did you ever try to separate the defendant from her father when you interviewed her?
I'm trying to draw something that will explain what I'm talking about. I'm not the best. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Okay. Maybe I'll put a. That's not a very good look, but all right. Okay. This is what needs to happen. Okay. For this impact on the rear of his head, that one little line on the back of his head, no bruising, no shoulders, no collarbones, no nothing. Just that hit the back of his head to hit that tail light and nothing else, because there's no other damage anywhere else. He would have to be facing. And you see that. Okay. He would have to be bent over at least 90 degrees with his head aligned, the back of his head aligned with the tail light, with 60 feet of warning for that to get up to that speed, to hit just that bit, nothing else. Nothing else. And there is no way that the arm can do the same. You cannot break that it's polycarbonate. It's an elbow will not break that without shattering the bone inside it for a start. Shattering it. And if that actually did happen, the amount of blood that would be on that and around that area, on the car, everywhere else. And he would not have moved from that spot after 12:30, so everyone would have stepped over him to get to their cars to go.
Right ahead.
Thank you. Trooper, to get back to my question, when
take a
you
picture
decided
and
to
post
speak
my
to the
technical
defendant, did you ask her father to leave the room?
I did not know.
Why not?
We just simply wanted to get her recollection. Her father did not pose a safety risk to us. He was not present, to the best of our knowledge at the time when Mr. O'Keefe was injured. So him leaving the room just didn't appear necessary. Again, my concern was for her well-being, having known that she was sectioned, and we wanted to make sure it was a safe and comfortable environment for her to do the best she could to tell us what she remembered.
What was her demeanor when you spoke to her?
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point, when you got back into your truck to go to Canton, did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
We've already talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sallyport, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back. So I'm going to skip all of that. After you went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How long do investigations continue for?
Until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
If you were to receive new information tomorrow, would you consider it?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
When you write police reports, is there a time limit on when you can file a report?
No.
Throughout this case, did you write a number of reports over time?
Yes.
Did you engage in tasks after the case began?
Yes.
Have you engaged in tasks recently?
Yes.
Yeah,
As you were investigating this case, did you speak to a number of witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider reports that were provided by other troopers who interviewed witnesses?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor was the case manager of this case?
Yes.
You were his supervisor?
Yes.
Were there other troopers who participated in this case?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant O'Hara participated in this case?
I do know.
You do know?
I do know that he participated, yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a team with him of other troopers?
Yes.
Do you know if Trooper Prince engaged in any interviews?
I do know, yes.
Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco?
No, that's who I read out on the witness list
Torino.
before.
I saw it.
Yes, I am.
And do you know if he engaged in any tasks in this case?
I do know, yes.
What did he engage in generally?
He generally conducted the digital forensics portion of the investigation, extractions.
Trooper Keefe, is that a name familiar?
Yes, it is.
And do you know whether or not he was involved?
Yes, I do know.
Were there a number of other troopers who were involved in different aspects of this case?
Yes, there are a number of different ones.
Trooper Evan Brent?
Yes.
To Chico?
Did you look or seek other information after you left the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you look for other witness statements?
Yes.
Did you try to obtain further evidence?
Yes, we did.
Was there an interview with firefighter Timothy Nuttall on February 8th?
Yes, there was.
That was about 10 days after the incident?
Approximately, yes.
Did you learn any statements from him in addition to the earlier statements you learned that added to your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
And do you remember what Timothy Nuttall told you on February 8th, 2022 about any statements of the defendant?
Objection.
So folks, again, this is being offered not for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided to the police.
Yes, Mr. Nuttall was one of 3, I believe.
So talk about Mr. Nuttall, please.
Mr. Nuttall told me that the defendant stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was that information different than the statements that you were first learned about that she had allegedly made earlier that night?
Yes, it was.
Did you interview firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022?
I did.
When you spoke to him, do you remember whether he shared any statements about the defendant telling him anything about her interaction with Mr. O'Keefe at the end of that night?
I believe that he stated that they got into a fight.
Do you remember the words that he used when he described that fight?
I do not remember the exact words. Those will be reflected in my police report.
Would your police report potentially refresh your recollection?
Potentially.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you a document, I do not want you to read from it.
Okay.
I want you to look at it, determine whether it refreshes your memory, and then I'll ask you if it refreshes your memory. If it does, I'll ask you about it. If it doesn't, then I won't.
Okay, sir.
Right, this is my technical drawing to scale.
After reviewing your report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation with Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022 about statements made by the defendant?
Daniel Whitley.
Yes.
And could you share with us what the statements were as related by Mr. Whitley back on February 2022.
The statement was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, jurors, this is an offer for the.
I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look it up.
Show that this information is provided to the police.
the defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
And anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
Objection.
So for this, the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
Did you interview a person by the name of Anthony Flamate?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke to him, do you recall whether he shared any statements that the defendant made to him?
Objection.
Yes.
And do you recall what those statements were?
I do have a general recollection of what they were, but
I don't want you to guess. Would your report potentially help your memory?
yes, it would.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Is it Nicholas Flamati? Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Same protocol that I mentioned before. Take a look, see if it refreshes your memory. If it does not, let me know. If it does, I'll then ask you some questions about it. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
See if we can beat them.
After looking at your report, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, it does.
And when you were learning information to shape your investigation, did you consider anything that Anthony Flamati told you?
Anthony,
Yes, we did.
not Nicholas.
And what did he tell you that the defendant told him that helped shape your investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute here on this one.
Oh, I picked it up. Anyway, I changed it. Sweet. There might be a name discrepancy. Let me search for Anthony Flamati instead. All right. I forgot to read out what the communication, the search I did before with the communications with Proctor. And was it Proctor? What was the question I asked it? Locate and extract the testimony provided. Michael Proctor taking specific notice of any communications, formal or informal, between himself and the following people: Elizabeth, Brian, Courtney, Tully, Nicole, that would indicate having prior knowledge of them and or their family. List them in chronological order with a brief description of each. Well, he was married to Elizabeth, so yes, he had prior knowledge. Daniel Whitney's communication with Karen Reed. Initial contact. Whitney testified that she was very upset. She repeatedly asked if he was dead. She kept asking if there was any chance, if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead. Reed specifically asked if someone could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours. Whitney and his colleagues tried to give her any hope that whoever was in ambulance 1 that was transporting was still alive by telling her about hypothermia cases where kids have fallen in rivers and being submerged, blah, blah, blah. Karen's emotional state. He repeatedly referred to O'Keefe as her husband. She would go from crying in her hands to all of a sudden perking up. She expressed concern about the childcare. She was crying about having to take care of the kids, saying she couldn't do it. When Whitney mentioned she had a good, strong support system, made a comment about Carrie Roberts, and Whitney found surprising. She asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts. I said I did. She said anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say those things, whatever that means. Whitney heard Reid say,
in addition to trying to get or obtain information about statements of the defendant, was there physical evidence that was important?
Yes.
Was there any data evidence that any?
She did not say anything whatsoever about I hit him, I hit him, I hit him at all to Whitley. He said that she said, I don't want to live anymore if my husband dies. I don't want to be alive anymore. And he is the one that evaluated the Section 12. He also noted these statements seemed like a normal grieving process and didn't believe they warranted any further. Duration and pattern. The conversation lasted about 20 to 25 minutes and described her emotional state as fluctuating. No comments whatsoever. So Flirty was one of 4 witnesses who heard her state, I hit him, apparently. Firefighter Anthony Flirty was asking when, according to the closing argument, firefighter Anthony Flirty was asking when Reid made this statement. Additional communications from the available documents, there appear to be additional details about Flirty's interactions with Reid, but the specific portions of his direct testimony about these were not included in the excerpts we reviewed. The most significant difference between these 2 testimonies is that Whitley primarily described Reid as distraught and concerned about O'Keefe's condition during the latter section, and Flirty reported hearing her confess to hitting O'Keefe during the initial medical response. These communications occurred at different times on the same day. Flirty's during the initial medical response at about 6:14, and Whitley's later when Reid was being transported for psych eval. So there you go. Completely different to what
Any of the team from the Massachusetts
according to
State
Hank,
Police,
they had the same
were
opinion.
you aware of them pursuing
You heard
any
the same
data
thing.
type evidence?
Yes, there was.
Was there some phones involved?
Yes, there were.
What phones did you understand or pursue that you thought might be helpful for your investigation?
For one, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was a device that we were looking into. We also had seized the defendant's phone and we're attempting to
8 hours.
access that device.
Within 8 hours.
There was other digital information that we were seeking as well.
Was the potential data from the defendant's Lexus important to the team of investigators?
Extremely important.
And did any of your team or the team pursue that black box, so-called black box data?
Yes, we did.
You were asked whether you interviewed or present for interviews of Nicole and Brian Albert?
Yes.
And after you spoke to them, including and considering all of the prior information you had, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2024?
That's a
There was
no-brainer.
not.
No, I need to. Did I email it to myself? No.
Relative to the information that could be stored in the computer systems on a Lexus, do you know which troopers, or do you know if Trooper Garino was involved in any process regarding that?
Yes, I do know. And yes, he was involved in conducting that portion of the investigation.
As part of the investigation, was it important or was it considered to look at John O'Keefe's phone to see if there was any specific or particular information on it that would be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
What were you looking for? What was the team looking for on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Well, the all-encompassing data includes location of the device. It includes communication, the party's identity with whom an individual could possibly be communicating. In this case, Mr. O'Keefe, his text messages, phone calls, emails, other applications like Signal and WhatsApp could have been also in use.
How about voicemails?
Voicemails, yes.
Did you ever review or consider any of those things that you just mentioned in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of interviewing witnesses, did you, along with Michael Proctor, interview Katie McLaughlin on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was this the very next day?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your investigation and the direction and scope of your investigation, did you consider the interview with her and what she might have told you?
Yes, it
And
was.
when you were speaking with her the very next day, is there any statements that she attributed to the defendant that you considered in the next days of your investigation?
Yes, there was.
Did you remember what she told you the defendant said that was part of your consideration for your future investigation?
Yes, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Remember that the statement is not being offered for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided.
Did the statement that Katie McLaughlin attributed to the defendant that very next day, January 30th, 2022, did that shape your investigation at all?
It helps attribute to the investigation. Again, all the evidence, all the statements, all the digital, all the circumstantial, all of that information is coupled and then put together, capped off by the defendant's statements herself to form the case.
There were questions about a plow driver by the name of Brian Loughran.
Mm-hmm.
When did you first hear or learn of that name?
What's that matter?
It was quite some time after the case had made its way through the court system.
Yeah, because you didn't
When
look.
you learned of his name, did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
And before you spoke to him, were there any issues you identified relative to Mr. Loughran before you actually spoke to him?
In regards to him, no, I didn't know him. I've never met him.
Did you, in fact, speak to him and interview him?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview, did anybody attend that interview with you?
Yes.
It was asked whether or not there was a car that was seen. And that was what type of car?
Ford Edge.
Was he specifically asked whether or not that was a Ford Edge owned by the Albert family?
In our interview?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but it is along the line of questions that would have been in my report and transcription of the audio recording.
In one last interview, did you speak to Brian Albert Jr.? Or did you consider a report of his interview?
I saw a report and
Did you
considered.
attend that interview?
I did not know.
What did you understand his relevance to be in your investigation?
He was at the home, at his parents' home, when some of his relatives and parents' friends came back to 34 Fairview.
And after you considered that interview, did it change your perspective of knowledge about whether anybody had suggested that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road that night?
No, it did not. No.
When I asked you questions earlier on in the case, days ago now, we went through a number of pieces of evidence that was found at different times at 34 Fairview Road. Do you remember those questions and going through that process?
I do remember, yes.
When we went through that process, were there any items that I did not ask you about?
Yes, there were.
And the items I did not ask you about, were they retrieved or found on different dates?
Yes, they did. They were, yes.
And the items that I did not ask you about on those different dates, do you remember how many different dates other items were found?
I want to say 3 different dates.
And on those other items I didn't ask you about, who recovered those items of evidence from 34 Fairview Road?
Michael Proctor.
Were you with
There is no direct evidence that Yuri Bukhenik personally interviewed Brian Lucky Loughran. In fact, the evidence suggests the opposite, that Loughran was not interviewed by state police investigators, including Bukhenik, during the initial investigation. In Michael Proctor's testimony, he acknowledged that he had testified in April 2020 to a state court grand jury that no snowplow travelled down Fairview Road on January 29th. This indicates that investigators had not interviewed Loughran at that time, and his testimony directly contradicts this statement. The fuck? Because I remember it was Turtle Boy that found him, this plough driver, and it was like a last-minute inclusion in the defence. They're so full of shit.
Michael Proctor on any of those 3 dates when he turned in or reported the recovery of other evidence at 34 Fairview Road?
I was not, no.
And do you understand whether anybody was with him on those 3 dates?
My understanding that nobody else was with him.
And I did not ask you about any of those pieces of evidence?
No, you did not, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked about those 3 pieces of evidence?
Yes, I was.
Were you shown what are now exhibits containing pictures and a photograph of the bags in which those items were bagged?
Yes, I was.
Do you have those physical pieces of evidence?
I do.
Now I'd like to ask you about those 3 pieces of evidence. Was there evidence produced from February 8, 2022?
There was.
Who produced that evidence?
It was Michael Proctor who recovered it.
And you were not there that date when he recovered the items?
I was not, no.
I'd ask you to retrieve 7-13, the items that were found on February 8, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves?
I do. Seven 13.
All right, move to introduce this into evidence.
No objection.
128.
Can you describe what is in that bag? And if necessary, you should open it and show it to the jury.
The description is one large piece of plastic, red in color, one small piece of red plastic, and one piece of black plastic. I will open it to further show. This one's labeled 22-02-184-7-13 as the bag, and this is letter number or a letter labeled A as an alpha.
Could you again tell us the date that was recovered?
This was recovered on February 8th, 2022. This appears to be a black piece of plastic, same identifying numbers, but this one is labeled with the letter B as in Bravo.
B. Letter B. Letter B. Letter B. Sorry.
This small piece of red plastic is not labeled.
Thank you. You mentioned this was on February 8, 2022. Earlier in, are you done with that package?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you had shared that you went back to 34 Fairview on February 10, 2022.
Yes, I did.
And on that date, you recovered pieces of taillight.
Yes, I did.
At that point, on February 10th, 2 days after that February 8th production, was there still any snow on the ground at 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was still snow on the ground. Obviously not in the amount that was there the first day.
The second production from Mr. Proctor, do you know what date that was?
Don't hold me to it. I want to say the 11th of February.
And did you bring 7-14 and 7-15 with you?
Yes, I did.
Could you produce those, please?
Additional pieces of tail light material.
Let's take one at a time, please.
7-14 and 7-15.
Let's start with 7-14. I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection.
Thank you.
Regarding 7-14, can you show us what Mr. Proctor found on February 11th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
That's what I have. Yeah, I think so. This is additional pieces of tail light material.
Like stamp bags as well as plastic containers. And this is consistent with having glass in it, as it was earlier.
Does the packaging, it seems different than the other bags. Is there any reason you know of that the packaging is different?
It appears that these are small fragments of glass, so for safety reasons, it appears that they were placed into a hard containers to prevent injury or maybe possibly losing it.
Could you just hold up a few examples for the jury to see?
Yes. This one here is labeled
I don't
714.
recall anything being put in
and then
containers either in the last.
This here is B.
I wonder who.
This here is C. And then there's fragments in here.
You don't need to take them out, just describe them generally.
Small pieces of what appears to be glass inside the wax paper.
If you can rebag all that, we'll move to the next item.
Yes, sir. $7.15.
Please, I'd move 715 into evidence.
Mr. Jackson?
No objection. Were 714 and 715 the two separate bags, both found on February 11, 2022?
I can confirm that as soon as I look back at the bag.
Give it 1:30.
They say February 11th.
Yes, February 11th.
And it's the same.
You could open that and show the
It's
jury.
the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Additional pieces of tail-like material from Trooper Proctor.
This item is labeled with the same limbs number, 715, and the letter A.
All right, so it was Trooper Proctor that presented all this evidence last time. He opened evidence bags on February 8th, 11th, and 18th.
This is two pieces
Okay.
of clear plastic that are taped together. The longer one here on the left is labeled H, and the one on the right is labeled F, if my eyes are not failing me. This is a canister labeled debris collection with the same numerical identifiers.
When would you use a canister as opposed to just putting it in a bag or a plastic bag? Is there a reason it's in a canister?
I do not know the reason behind it. I would strictly be speculating.
Thank you.
This small red piece of plastic is labeled E as in echo. There are more small pieces of that, similar to that size that I just showed, but.
Very well. You can rebag that. You mentioned there was 3 different days where Mr. Proctor found pieces of taillight at 34 Fairview. I'd like to go to that last day.
That would be the 18th, I believe, of February.
And do you have a bag?
I do.
Could you produce it, please? It's 7-16.
Yes, it is.
Do you have it?
I do.
I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If you could open it, please, for the jury.
Yes, sir.
Tenth of the 8th, 2023 was the first time that Lucky Loughran was interviewed.
This one's labeled B. Here we have 3 red taillight pieces taped together. Appears to be mechanically fitting, labeled A, C, and D.
Do you typically label items?
No, no.
Do you know where those labels and the taping come from?
I believe that's from the crime lab. They label, identify each item according to their protocols to help them facilitate their portion of the investigation. Small clear piece of plastic labeled E as in echo. Small piece of clear plastic labeled G as in golf. And another tin canister labeled piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You earlier mentioned that the tow truck brought the defendant's Lexus to the Canton Sallyport. Do you know if there's a video depicting that arrival?
Yes, there is.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of Exhibit 127.
Okay.
Have you seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
What does it depict?
It depicts a tow truck from Diamond Towing arriving at Canton Police Department, followed by my personal pickup truck that we're following the vehicle in.
That video, that's before the video of being in the Sallyport?
Yes, it is.
When you were considering the physical pieces of evidence as part of your investigation, Were you considering the weather conditions that night?
Yes.
When you were evaluating pieces of physical evidence that were found at 34 Fairview, were you making any assessment about their location or depth or closeness to the ground when you were evaluating them?
Yes.
And why were you considering the closeness of items to the ground?
Well, common sense will dictate that if a item is found on the grass and there's snow covering it, that it would have to have been placed prior to the snow accumulating. If an item is shoved into the snow, it will be exposed as the snow melts prior to it reaching the ground level.
I'm going to ask you to, with the court's assistant, retrieve Exhibit 85. May I approach?
Yes.
I have to go over and get it.
You don't have it, I'm sorry.
It's just right across.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. Sure. I'll bring it.
You have some questions while we wait?
I can. When you retrieve pieces of taillight on February 3rd, did you consider their location, not only where on the lawn they were, but about the depth of where they were found?
Yes, I did.
And based on the items that you found on February 3rd, how close to the ground were they?
They were on the ground, or in the instance with the hat, it was frozen almost in a solid piece to the grass blades, to the ground.
And was that significant to you, how the hat was found?
Yes, it was.
I could have 99C. And could we now have 99D? Beneath the hat on the left side next to the ruler, what do you see?
Yellow grass and a leaf, I believe, a brown leaf.
Was that of importance to you?
Yes, it was.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And if you could turn the lights on and take that down, please. Thank you, sir. I'm approaching with exhibit 85. Could you take the item out of your bag, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at the back of the pants, please? As part of your investigation and the significance of the evidence, did you consider any debris on the back of the pants as part of your analysis?
Yes, the grass stains on the left.
Objection.
The appearance of the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the appearance of the staining that's taken place or had taken place on these jeans was significant in the fact that it appears to be green and grass stain.
What did that suggest to you as part of your
That it was
evaluation,
grass?
investigation, and the decisions that you made after?
It suggests that Mr. O'Keefe impacted the grass area with
Impacted.
his left glute, transferring green staining onto his pants.
So his
Are
butt
you or do
hit the
you
grass.
know from your investigation the amount of snow that was on the ground at about 12:32:09 to 12:32:12 on January 29th of 2022?
Yes, based on my investigation and review of video from surveillance footage, it appears to be very little to a coating of snow in some areas.
You could repackage that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Keefe's pants? I have just a few final questions for you, Trooper Bukhenik.
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions about interviewing Brian Higgins,
Yes.
and you shared with us that he provided you a number of text messages between him and the defendant.
Yes.
You began to explain that you vet information during your investigation.
Yes, we do.
What did you tell him you were going to do with the messages he was giving you?
I explained to Mr. Higgins that we have in our custody and will eventually get into both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, so that protect his integrity as a law enforcement official. I told him that the information he was providing better be true and accurate, or else he would suffer the consequences of the ulterior.
Did you in fact vet what he gave you?
Yes.
And before you vetted it, did he make any changes, additions, or subtractions from that information?
No, he did not.
And when you vetted that information, was there anything different from the alternative source, that being the defendant's phone, from his phone?
Not that I noticed, no.
Or that exhibit or that document has been marked for identification, I'd like to introduce it as an exhibit. Identification number is that? My apologies, I'll need to look, I don't know the number offhand.
I think the clerks might have it.
It's marked for identification.
No, it's actually marked. It was EE now.
Oh, it was introduced?
It was.
I didn't realize that this has been introduced as Exhibit 150. As part of your investigation, did you look to see if there was any animus or difficulty between Mr. Higgins and Mr. O'Keefe prior to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes.
Did you look at text message records to see if there was any motive that was evidenced in those text messages for Mr. Higgins to want to murder Mr. O'Keefe?
I did look.
May I approach?
Yes.
I handed you a document. Do you recognize that package of materials?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the extraction printed out from Brian Higgins' phone, dated 2/3, meaning February 3rd, 2022. And it is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Higgins.
Does it extend a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Did you look through those conversations or text messages to identify whether there was any animus or motive?
Yes, I did.
I'd move to introduce those documents as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you find any?
Hold on.
Exhibit 132.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, did you find any evidence in the conversation?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Proceed. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. So-
Trooper Bukhenik, when you studied the materials, the conversation, communications between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, did you find any evidence shaping your investigation that there was a motive to harm, hurt, or murder Mr. O'Keefe by Mr. Higgins?
No, there was not.
I have no further questions at this time.
We're going to wind up and do read cross tomorrow.
If I may.
Sure.
You were just asked about Brian Higgins in your interview with Brian Higgins. Where did that take place?
In Sharon at an attorney's office.
At his lawyer's house, correct?
I'm not sure if he resides there, but it was an office.
With his lawyer present, correct?
Yes.
Did you find that unusual?
Objection.
Sustained.
He wasn't under arrest, correct?
No.
You hadn't read him his rights.
No need to know.
No need to, because he wasn't in custody.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Why didn't it
He's just a
attorney?
witness in a case that you're investigating.
That's correct.
But he asked that you interview him in his lawyer's presence. Correct.
Yes.
You were asked about any evidence of Brian Higgins having a motive to murder John O'Keefe. Just a few minutes ago.
We're going to have to establish
right?
that.
Yes.
And you said, no, I didn't find a motive that Brian Higgins would want to murder John O'Keefe. Is that right?
That's right.
What about a motive to confront him? About a girl he was interested in. Did you see that?
I believe the text messages speak for themselves. Everybody heard me read them out loud.
Yep, the text messages do, but I'm asking you. You were just asked about your opinion, whether or not there was a motive that you found for Brian Higgins to want to murder John O'Keefe. I'm asking you a different question. Did you, in your mind, in your opinion, after having read those texts, find a motive for Brian Higgins to perhaps want to confront John O'Keefe because of jealousy?
If you're asking for my opinion is that he would need to confront Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe was not the one pursuing Mr. Higgins. It was your client that was pursuing Mr. Higgins.
Okay, so, well, text messages, like you said, speak for themselves. You'll agree that show that there was a mutual interest, right? It just wasn't one-sided.
At times there was flattering text messages from both sides, but your client reached out to him first.
Right. I mean, somebody's got to reach out, right? Everybody's got to reach out to somebody. First, someone's got to do it first, right?
Well, it depends.
Doesn't mean that there's not mutual affection for one another. Is that right? Or at least perceived mutual affection.
I don't understand the question.
Did you see in those text messages, in your mind, a motive that might lead to jealousy on the part of Brian Higgins?
No, I think Brian Higgins was pretty clear in his request for explanation of what the defendant wanted out of this, and stated that he's friends with Mr. O'Keefe. So he wanted clarity from the defendant about what was going on.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't read it to be that he was jealous as I sit here thinking back on the content.
What about after drinking Jameson and ginger all night long, and sending a text that said, well?
Objection.
Might that change things?
I don't know what Mr. Higgins' state of mind was. Well, could mean many different things. They could have had a face-to-face interaction, a look. We'd be strictly speculating what was intended by that, or what was the intent of communication by that text message.
The James,
After
maybe?
weeks communicating with Ms. Reed in a romantic manner, and then seeing her walk in the door with John O'Keefe and sending the text message, well, after having been intoxicated, you see that detective as an investigator, as a reasonable, objective investigator, as a possible scenario for Brian Higgins to be jealous about John O'Keefe.
There's a possibility there, but I didn't see it.
Did you explore that possibility when you got all these text messages?
We did not follow up on that aspect based on the totality of the entire investigation.
Did you pull the tape at the waterfall and review the tape as we did here in court?
That happened, yes.
Okay. Did you see on the tape a time just before Brian Higgins left the location where he was confronted by Chris Albert?
Objection.
Change the wording.
Sure. Did you see a circumstance, did you see a situation on that tape where Brian Higgins is standing and Chris Albert physically puts his hand on Brian Higgins' arm, on his left arm?
I don't have a specific memory of that.
You remember a circumstance on that tape where Brian Higgins pulled his arm away and looked past Chris Albert over toward the bar, which is where John O'Keefe was standing. Did you see that?
I do remember you pointing that out, but we couldn't tell him who exactly he was looking at based on the video.
Did you see a circumstance in which Brian Higgins then put his hand on his forehead and began rubbing his forehead like this?
I don't have a memory of that.
Did you see a circumstance in which he then motioned over toward that side of the bar with his left hand?
That I remember, yes.
Did that seem realistic to you? Let me ask it a different way. Did that seem to you as a reasonable interpretation? Hey, come on outside. Or come here.
Very reasonable, since they've been invited to 34 Fairview.
Did it look, in your opinion, that was just a, hey, let's go together? Or did it look more to you like, hey, come outside? Or let's step outside?
The totality of the investigation, the fact that when they stepped outside, there was no confrontation and they were invited to the address. Again, totality of the investigation suggests otherwise.
Let's talk about that totality of the investigation. You're aware that Brian Higgins left first. He was the first to arrive at 34 Fairview, even before Brian Albert.
I am, yes.
And you're also aware that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were among the last to arrive. So they didn't step outside together, right?
They didn't step outside, but once he was invited, according to your narrative, wouldn't they have a discussion outside where he was invited to come out?
So, Mr. Jackson, I just want to ask you, how much longer?
Not long. I can finish this up if you give me probably 10 minutes.
All right. Jurors are saying yes. Is it okay with all the jurors? We usually break at 4.
I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to stop now, but I think I can get finished.
I'd like to finish with this witness and not have to bring it back again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the accommodation.
Oh, shut out your floodlight cam.
You're aware that, according to the tape, John O'Keefe left about 10 minutes after Brian Higgins, or so.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. You would agree, as a homicide investigator, not every death starts off as an intended murder, correct?
I will agree to that.
Sometimes a fight could go wrong, and you intend to fight and duke it out. Something goes wrong, something goes south, someone dies, correct?
Objection.
Is that something that you want to be on the scope? So move along.
You were asked on redirect examination about taillight pieces that were found by the CERT team. I want to ask you real quick about that. Your testimony was you recall that the CERT team found a large piece of red taillight material during their initial search. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. Did the CERT, you had a debriefing with the CERT team, correct?
Not the CERT team. I had a debrief with the members of our unit at the Canton PD conference room. I do not have a memory of the CERT team being there.
Do you recall ever being told or informed that the CERT team actually recovered maybe 5 or 6 pieces, maybe 7 pieces of small plastic material in addition to the shoe? As opposed to a large piece of red taillight?
The memory that stands out to me that I have is that there was a large piece of plastic recovered. It wasn't a shard. It was significant enough that, shown on the photograph taken by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And do you recall that the CERT team, or were you ever informed that the CERT team found those, according to the CERT team, within inches of one another, within about a 2-foot square radius?
I don't have a memory of where they found them exactly. I wasn't there.
Okay. You were asked about the taillight. You were shown a photograph of the taillight where almost the entirety of that lens material is missing. It's gone, correct?
Yes.
And you remember talking to Jen McCabe originally, interviewing her within days of this incident happening, correct?
It was the 29th we
As a matter
interviewed.
of fact, the day.
That day, yes.
Do you remember her saying that the taillight was cracked/broken?
She communicated that over the phone to Michael Proctor, which was then documented later on in the interview report from earlier.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was documented within the interview report.
Okay. And in that interview report, it doesn't say the entire lens cap of that taillight is gone, correct?
Correct. The report does not say that, no.
And she didn't describe that, did she?
I don't know what she described to Michael Proctor over the phone.
You pulled out a pair of jeans belonging to Mr. O'Keefe just a second ago.
Yes.
And you noted that on his, what would be his left rear pocket, there was a stain.
Yes.
You said that was an apparent grass stain and it was green.
Based on my observation here holding them, that's what it appeared. Yes. Maybe dirt, maybe other substances.
That was my question. Did you seek to analyze what that discoloration was from, or have caused that to be analyzed by the crime lab or anybody else?
The genes were processed. I don't know what their protocol is to analyze it. They process those genes. There's pieces missing from cuttings and stuff like that.
Understood. So as you sit here, you have no evidence at all that those are grass stains, correct?
Strictly my experience of knowing grass stains and observing it.
Could be dirt,
Could be.
could be oil or grease.
I don't know about that, but
They look brown. Stains look brown, doesn't it?
there's different parts of the stain. Some has brown, some has green, different parts of it.
Could you get, in your experience, stains on the back of pants from being dragged?
I've never dragged anybody, so from my experience, I can't tell you.
I didn't ask if you've ever dragged anybody. You've never murdered anybody either, but you're a homicide investigator, right? Did you get those stains from being dragged? It's just a common sense question.
My common sense dictates that it was not a drag, a mark, because it would have linear characterizations, and it would be both buttocks that are engaged in contact with the ground while being dragged.
It depends if he's on his side or not.
He had something in his pocket, or being dragged at an ankle. Being dragged through a crease spot. It was only on the left. What about all those possibilities?
Again, my opinion, common sense dictates it was not the case.
But you certainly didn't take any action to investigate forensically what those stains actually were.
I did not know.
By the way, can you lose a shoe from being dragged?
It depends. I guess you can, depending on how loose it is.
You said that there was no information that you had regarding Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe having any animosity toward each other prior to January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
But you did, now let's talk about on January 29th, 2022. In your experience, does drinking alcohol increase a likelihood or increase the possibility of getting into an altercation?
I would say, in my experience, in my opinion, the alcohol could become a social lubricant and exacerbate emotions. But to speak in a definitive form here, I can't.
You've heard of beer muscles. That's a common phrase, right?
Never heard that before, no.
Beer guts? Ever heard that one?
I've heard of beer gut, but not beer guts.
Having the guts to walk up to someone you might not otherwise walk up to in a bar because you've had too much to drink. Is that what beer muscles could mean?
I would say maybe liquid courage.
Even better. What does liquid courage mean?
Giving you courage that truly shouldn't be there.
That you might not otherwise have if you weren't drinking.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we wrap this up, Mr. Jackson?
I'm trying, Judge. I won't be much longer. You had evidence that Brian Higgins had been drinking most of the afternoon and evening or most of the night, that evening and night, at the time that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walked into the waterfall, correct?
I had information that Brian Higgins had returned from a police officer's funeral and then went to Waterfall after he changed clothes and took a shower.
Went to the hillside before he went to Waterfall and started drinking there, correct?
I don't have an independent memory of that, no.
But you did, at the time, you didn't pull the tape at Gesundheit. At the time, you didn't pull the tape at CPD that we saw with Brian Higgins on the phone at 1:30 in the morning, correct? You didn't have that information.
I'm sorry, can you
time-
give me a reference when at the
Sure.
time?
At the beginning of your investigation, January 29th, and probably the next, let's call it a couple months.
Mhm.
You did not have that information, correct?
No, we did not.
And you didn't seek that information from CPD at that time.
No, I had no information that he went there.
Okay, and you didn't extract his phone, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination, did you have any evidence that John actually went into the home? Did you ever interview Trooper Guarino during the course of your investigation at any time?
Interview him?
Talk to
No.
him about his extraction of John O'Keefe's phone and any of the data that came off of his phone.
No.
You did not realize that Trooper Garino had information that John O'Keefe took 36 steps covering a distance of some 84 feet that would have placed Mr. O'Keefe inside the residence at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Did you have any information from Trooper Garino about steps that were logged on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not.
That it, Mr. Jackson? You said finally, that's what I'm wondering.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap this up. I only have a couple more things, but I may be able to finish it with one question. As you sit here now, are you aware of whether or not there's evidence that John O'Keefe, the phone describes John O'Keefe's phone taking 36 steps, covering a distance of about 84 feet at 12:32:16 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you aware of that?
I am not, Your Honor.
Okay, the answer is,
The answer was?
No, I'm not aware of that.
all right.
All right.
Jurors, I appreciate you staying late, so Trooper Bukhenik, you do not have to return.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
Thank you.
folks, those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
The rest of the jury.
So it's
She didn't even ask if he was finished his line of questioning, like just cut him off. Mm-hmm. There you go. There's my pretty drawing. Let me take the banner off. It's the only way I can describe of the position that he would have to be in for that injury on the back of his head to be perfectly aligned with the tailgate, the tail light, and nothing else, and no shoulders or anything else. And then his head would have to be facing away from the vehicle, and he gets 60 feet of warning of this car reversing at speeds and holding, just waiting. Okay, bang. It's not comprende. It should be more than 90 degrees because he's so tall. And somehow they expect the arm to get in there as well, but there's no rips in the sleeves. And if that did hit, there would be blood everywhere. Everywhere. And the tail light shattered into shards. So it would not just be a cut. It wouldn't be this nice, neat little... It would be ripped apart. Can I... Exhibit number 79. And I have it marked for identification, please. And it's strictly not to scale. All right. Well, who do you think will be up next? I don't think they're actually even calling tally. And I'm trying to work out whether they're maybe halfway through their case. Halfway through the prosecution's case, maybe. I don't know. Anywho, at least we won't have Bukaki in tomorrow. Who it'll be? Maybe Maybe one of the experts, perhaps. Ali McCabe, maybe. They haven't gone through all of them yet, have they? Oh, it'll be someone, no doubt. Now, I'm just waiting on a confirmation email, which I might already have. Let me just double check. No, he'll still be winding up. It appears that either tomorrow after the trial or Thursday after the trial. I'm not sure whose channel it will be on, but Uncivil Law and myself will be having a little bit of a discussion on the case and some of the issues pertaining to Article 14 and also the experts, and the impact that not calling these 5 important witnesses and replacing them with someone that gives them the right answer, how that impacts the case, how that impacts the defense strategy, and just trying to, where do you go from there, and how do you address it without influencing the jury to say that you've replaced, everyone that disagreed with you pretty much with someone else. So I don't know the legal aspects that's around that. So I'm going to pick his brain. So look for the keep your notifications on. It will be directly after one of the streams. So if it's on his stream, I will have it redirected to that, and we may even dual stream it. Don't know. We'll see. We'll nut out the fine print shortly, but it'll be in the next couple of days. Alrighty. Look forward to it. Okay. Mwah. Happy belated Mother's Day to y'all. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Have a nice dinner. Stay safe. See you same time, same place, same bad channel. Yeah. You know it. And for fuck's sake.
It's been 12 months since a quill, and so much has passed us by, such as tampering with evidence and some blatant flat-out lies. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. So you can bring in Massachusetts, 'cause we all ain't got